radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The Houthi capital felt like an earthquake. Dozens and dozens of precision heavy munitions dropping precisely on the targets that we wanted to hit, sending a very clear message. And the message is clear to Iran as well. And the president said it in his truth. Your support of the Houthis needs to end immediately. We will hold you accountable as the sponsor of this proxy. And I echo his statement. We will not be nice about it. This is not the Biden administration.
And that was Secretary Hegseth over the weekend. Good morning, Dawn Stensland reporting breaking news to you this morning because the United States of America carrying out new airstrikes this morning on Yemen. And the Houthis TV, that they are reporting this morning, expanding what's being described as the largest U.S. military operation in the Middle East since President Donald J. Trump took office January 20th. Good morning. So responding to the Iran-aligned Houthi movement's threats, this is the U.S. government. They've launched a new wave of airstrikes. Started on Saturday, as you hear, but there's more this morning. So this morning we know that the Red Seaport city of Hodeidah and Al Jauf, governing the north there of the capital Sana'a, were targeted. That, according to Iran-controlled TV, if you will. But this is in Yemen, so again, in our crosshairs. All of this, there's so much breaking with Trump. All of this happening as President Donald J. Trump just this morning saying on Truth Social that former President Joe Biden's preemptive pardons of members of the J6 committee, remember this? That they are invalid, according to President Trump. Why, you may ask? Why, Dawn? Why would they be, how could they be invalid? Well, because they were done by an auto pen. In other words,
an auto pen?
Yes, Dan Borowski.
What?
So we think of Trump with that huge Sharpie signing with his very robotic, but he's signing it. Not an auto pen, not a machine. This is the now defunct committee investigating the 2021, as they called it, attack on the Capitol, the J6 focus. Well, what was Trump's role in leading up to it? At this point now, Trump says those protections are invalid because Biden didn't sign them personally, but with an auto pen. There's more. This morning, Trump meets with the Kennedy Center's Board of Trustees, actually this afternoon, and they are showing that they've canceled or rescheduled since Trump appointed White House officials and allies to the Washington Performing Arts Center's Board of Trustees. And of course, he named himself the chairman. So today, he's supposed to meet with the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees. They've continued to reschedule, so he's saying, nope, it's going to happen today. We have a lot happening this morning as we look at Trump. I know, Dan, he spoke on Air Force One. He was being asked a lot of questions yesterday about what's going on. I think it's fascinating. And we'll talk more about this. We've talked a lot this morning, which is why I'm not leading with it, talking about deporting those so-called dangerous hundreds of gang members and deporting them overnight. A judge trying to block that move, but oops, we were out of U.S. airspace at that point, so they continued. We've been talking about that this morning. And as well, something we haven't talked as much about, and that is what's going on with this warship. Did you know the Pentagon, did you know that they deployed a Navy destroyer? Yes. And this is a very unusual mission to bolster security. This is not in the Middle East where this Navy destroyer was last. But no, you know where the Navy destroyer is? To protect our southern U.S. border. That, according to defense officials who confirmed this, they dispatched this warship involved just last year in combat in the Middle East. And so they've confirmed this. This is the USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer.
Whew.
Okay? This is not just your little, this is not like a little rowboat, people.
Is that
This
really
not a little
necessary, though,
motorbike.
Dawn? I mean,
Well, that's just the question. What are they trying to say? Are we declaring war on the cartels? Do we view them? And how often did we talk about this? Why we've been saying this for years now. If we have a fentanyl crisis, if we have something that's blamed for taking the lives of at least 100,000 Americans every year, why not declare this as a terrorist organization as they carry this out? That's what Trump has done. So all of the moves by the Trump administration, in my humble opinion, are that they're declaring war on not Mexico, not our neighbors to the south, but rather the cartels.
oh.
And that's what's happening here. We've heard President talk about an invasion at the border, but this is now the USS Gravely, which is that, like I say, a guided missile destroyer. And it was deployed over the weekend. The Defense Department confirmed all of this late Saturday. And I know that U.S. generals, U.S. Northern Command put out a statement about the USS Gravely saying it will, quote, improve U.S. abilities to protect the United States territorial integrity, sovereignty, and security. So at first I thought, does this have to do with the Panama Canal? It could, but I think more, if you look at their statement, they say it's a coordinated, robust response to combating maritime-related terrorism, number one. Number two, weapons proliferation. Number three, transnational crime, piracy, environmental destruction, and illegal seaborne immigration. So sending a signal to the drug cartels in the region, absolutely. But I think the overall theme, whether you look at the USS Gravely, can you imagine? Have we ever done that? This is the Gravely.
Yeah, taking you on. So this is a video from last January where the Gravely had to fire its failing CIWS defense system to repel cruise missiles fired by Houthis. This is on ship, the ship that's now there in the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America, yes.
Why can't I get that right?
Gulf of America. So the deployment of the Gravely in Northern Command's region leaves open the possibility, of course, that it could conduct patrols in the Caribbean Sea or the Gulf of America. Yes, the destroyer will travel with this small group of Coast Guard members aboard, because usually on a mission like this, it would be the Coast Guard. And so you might say, well, why are they sending this biggity big, huge destroyer that was involved in combat in the Middle East? Why? Because Trump is saying, yo, Mexico, mine is bigger than yours. That's what this is.
Heyo.
Mm-hmm. And so you do have Coast Guard members aboard, raising the possibility the vessel could assist in the detention of migrants found at sea. And so Coast Guard members do often carry out law enforcement missions, as you may know, while the U.S. military units are not permitted to do so in most cases because of, and I'm going back here, but there are laws, the Posse Comitatus Act, for example, Comitatus, am I saying it correctly, Act?
Sounds dirty.
The Posse Comitatus Act.
Hey now.
Hey now. But it's not dirty. It's not a lap dance or anything of that nature. It's actually a official military terminology here. But you showed the Gravely a moment ago. This thing is huge, 509 feet long, larger than all vessels in the Coast Guard fleet, carries dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles. Last summer, the destroyer completed a 9-month deployment that the Navy called unprecedented. This is an impressive. Is this impressive to you?
It is. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You see the picture. Please like, subscribe, click that bell for notifications. And I worry, is this too much aggression? Are we? No?
Nope.
No?
I don't think it is. Do you? I think it's a good question. 855-839-1210.
Because I'm just concerned. I feel like we're poking a bear at this point. And I'm not saying Mexico's a bear or the cartel's a bear, but you don't think they're already getting the message that we're serious just having Trump in office, that we need to bring out a USS Navy destroyer to prove a point?
Nope.
Huh.
I don't. I think that he's saying we are not messing around. I think what he is saying to the cartels, and by the way, think about Mexico, what a favor we're doing to our southern neighbor, as these individuals, part of the reason, think about it, in Mexico they have, I don't care what you tell me, if you've ever vacationed in parts of Mexico, they have a warm climate. It's a beautiful place. It is a beautiful place, beautiful weather. And so why is it that Mexicans want to come to this country? It's, in truth, not because their country is an ugly, horrible country. If you talk to people who are either have ancestry in Mexico or have left there to come here legally with legal pathways, they'll tell you they are proud of their home country and their heritage. But the truth is, these cartels have made it unlivable, and it's a corrupt government. It's so they don't have great jobs or great opportunities. In part, that's because of these cartels. And so, I just remember when Trump came into office the first time around in 2016. I just even remember way back when, during the debates, and we were asking questions like Aleppo and the refugees. By the time Trump got into office, did you remember this? That he dealt with the fact that many countries where there were these refugees, people got to go home. The refugees got to go home to their these are beautiful places in the Middle East. That's what we forget, right? We forget all of this. Why do we have refugees? Why do we have floods of people trying to come to this country? You know why? Because they have unlivable situations. They have no opportunities. So part of the reason they're coming here in droves is to flee what's going on. And yes, they want to live the American dream, but part of that is because their home country is a nightmare. The cartels make it a nightmare. So in my opinion, I hope that he deals with these cartels. Will he start blowing up their factories?
Ooh.
They've been warning them. They have been warning them. So will they get out of there so that they can just specifically in a laser focused way target and blow up some of these drug production areas? I hope so. But to me, if they can deal with... I love the sound effects.
Sorry.
But I'm serious. Am I wrong here? Is this too much? I don't think it is. And then all you see, and this is really irksome to me personally, all you see this morning is, Trump is illegally, and he was sneaky. And in the middle of the night, they took all of these illegals and they put them on airplanes, right? And these are allegedly, I have to say allegedly, these individuals are allegedly violent, murdering gang members by the hundreds who they got up in the airplane. They're headed back to El Salvador, some of them from Venezuelan prisons, but these are all alleged known gang members. What are the headlines in America today saying? Oh, they violated these people's rights. Yeah. Well, guess what? The line from the Trump administration was, oops, They're already out of U.S. airspace because they got to a judge, but a little too late. The judge said, turn that plane around. And they said, nope, we don't have to because they're no longer in U.S.
Bring those gang members
airspace.
back, Dawn. We want them back ravaging our cities. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Send them away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have some video here of those buses and planes coming here in a second.
Ooh, goody.
Yeah. YouTube again.
Dan's got the
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to check that out.
Where's the Dan cam?
Oh, you want a Dan cam?
Do we want a Dan cam?
Oh, there I am.
Come on, there he is.
Yeah. Oh, I look greasy today.
Oh, no, I'm pointing this way.
I gotta
He's
fix
opposites.
that hair. Yeah.
Yeah, got to fix your hair a little bit, little strand. Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly, we're all here.
Mm-hmm.
The gang's all here. We continue on. We'll get your take, 855-839-1210. Mayor Sherelle Parker is really taking opposite land. I think of all of the mayors, when you look at the New York mayor, Chicago mayor, I think our mayor in Philadelphia should get the best Dem award, because the other mayors of these other cities, including Boston, they all stink.
Oh, they're terrible.
They're horrible. But our mayor, I think, does the right thing once again. She wants to refund the police, a campaign promise. Refund the police.
So fresh.
Right?
It is.
We'll get your take. I'm trying to trigger you a little bit. And we have a lot moving forward. So stay right there, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Snag two for $5 on the first Hatfield Phillies Franks BOGO night, Monday, April 14th, when the Phils host the Giants at 6:45. Get tickets now at phillies.com. Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at phillies.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I can tell you this, these were bad people. That was a bad group of, as I say, hombres. That was a bad group. When you look at them and you look at the crimes that they've committed, you take a look. You don't get any tougher, you don't get worse than that. You understand that.
Stop your messing around. Don't be messing around with Trump. Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski, our executive producer, Jimmy Kelly, our engineer. We have so much happening because we're also doing all this planning for Friday, which we're really looking forward to. And this is something we've done for many years, the Travis Manion Foundation. It's our all-day thon. So we hope that you join us Friday. It's a very special day, and everybody's working hard on that. But in this case, you have President Trump speaking out about those bad hombres and getting them out of the country. You know, this is one of the reasons why I believe that the Democrats are just polling. The polling has never been this bad. If you look at the latest poll, there was an NBC poll over the weekend, for example. So you think about Trump, he's saying hey, we just successfully got hundreds of these alleged if you want me to say alleged, bad hombres. They are, by all reports, these are violent thugs, violent gang members who are killers and rapists and the worst among us. They snuck into the country. Reportedly, their home country, or at least El Salvador, wants them back to put them, on trial. But as this is happening, the U.S., you should see all the headlines. I'm watching this. Well, now they're talking about Yemen, the latest breaking news that I already talked about.
Huh. Seems like they're a bit behind us.
I know. They're behind us. Stand behind, people. But all morning, CNN especially had these headlines. Trump averts the legal system by, basically making him sound like he's somehow sneaky. I think that the American people would look, I don't know, does anybody think it's a bad idea to get people out of the country when they're accused of being some of the most notorious violent gang members in the world, and getting them out of here and flying them to a country that wants to put them on trial? How is that bad? Only CNN, only in America. But there's this latest poll that I do want to get to, and that is the latest, and this is an NBC News poll. Are you done with the Trump audio? Can I go to the poll?
Yeah, feel free. Oh, I got audio on the poll, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want the audio for that?
Do it till you're satisfied. Do the poll.
Do the poll?
Do the poll. NBC.
Here you go.
Let's start with the new polling that shows the Democratic Party has reached an all-time low in popularity. The latest NBC News national poll finds that a majority of registered voters, 55%, have a negative view of the party, while 27%, just over a quarter of registered voters, have a positive view of the party. That's the party's lowest rating in NBC News polling dating back to 1990. Meanwhile, though, a new CNN SSRS poll finds the Democratic Party's favorability rating at just 29%, a record low going back to 1992, and a drop of 20 points since January of 2021. What's more, just 63% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents have a favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration. The Republican Party's favorability.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to go back and hear that again?
Wait,
that was not me.
That was Mika.
That wasn't you?
Wait.
Hold on, do you want to hear
it?
She doing lines or is she breathing?
Wow. Mika is mad.
Oh, man. Are you sure it's breathing? It's breathing. It's not. She's so depressed. There's something on the table there.
Administration.
Joe. I would just, Mika, who I worked with at CBS News.
Man. Did you really?
Yeah, I did work with
Was she always like this?
No, she was a sweetheart in person, I'll just be honest. But she is very fit, I will say, and I just picture her, she should just go all out. Mika, get in the black leather, the black boots, above the knee boots.
Are you talking like
whip. And just whip. And have Joe,
a full dominatrix,
like a little dominatrix. Have Joe like in a collar on all fours, and every time there's news that Mika doesn't like, she whips Joe. What do you think?
Yeah.
Joe. This makes me so upset. I'm so angry. Wow. This is like seriously, it's bizarre.
So I did pull up the video, and it's going to be on YouTube now. But regrettably, it's cut to a. You can't see her doing the sniffle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cut to a poll, but it's your left now. You can see it as well.
3% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents have a favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration. The Republican Party's favorability rating dependents have a
well, I get rid of the music too.
Oh my gosh.
That's great.
This
favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration. The Republican Party's favorability rating stands at 36%. Okay, want to break this all down. There's some numbers also on Trump's first, what are we in, 7 weeks now? Who's counting? It's moving quickly. But Chris Matthews, what do you make of these numbers for the Democrats?
Oh, Chris Matthews, too.
You could have seen them the night that Trump addressed the Congress. And you watched the Democratic Party. They seemed like they weren't there. They were sort of vacant. They weren't saying anything with their manner. They never questioned the facts.
I'm going to pause it right there because he does look very svelte.
Jimmy, what is Uncle Chris?
What's the secret?
What is his secret? Because he is looking, maybe, but he looks very fit. He doesn't have the Ozempic,
now we talked
skin
about
scagging.
Remember we talked last week whether or not Trump would be a person that goes into like a room and injects himself with Ozempic? You said no.
I said no.
You think Chris Matthews, though, is the kind of guy that can do that?
I don't know, because they claim that if you do Ozempic and you lose that weight really fast, that you get like the saggy skin.
Okay.
And Chris Matthews,
I see it.
Look at him.
Look at
There's
him.
no skin sag.
There's a little right around the cheek. But I guess it's normal for a man of his age, right?
I don't know. He looks.
They were sort of vacant.
Good. I think he's going to
they weren't saying
LaSalle,
anything.
his alma mater, LaSalle College High School, maybe working out over spring break with some of the guys. I don't know, Jimmy. Come on, we're counting on Chris Matthews' nephew, who's frequents us here. So I'd love to know.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar,
how Uncle Chris is so
Jimmy
fit.
Matthews at one point during the campaign made a bet with the Kale Company and the rest of the WPHT that if Kamala Harris were to lose the election, he would run up the steps of the Art Museum in his underwear, and he
lived by
made
it.
good on his bet. Yeah,
he did.
So very honorable
man of his
individual.
word.
So
these are all LaSalle.
Yeah.
LaSalle College High School, where my Michael also recently graduated.
Oh, look at that.
But what Mika is breathing heavily and very upset. She's very angry about this because President Donald Trump's approval rating has soared.
Party down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration.
This is my favorite thing because it's like, how low can they go? Low, right? Low, rider. That's what I picture her trying to go.
Are you goading
how
me
low
there?
are they going to go? I am. I'm goading you.
I actually went and saw War live play with Cheech and Chong. It was
You
amazing.
did?
Yeah.
So Donald Trump's approval rating soaring to an all-time high in this latest NBC poll. Democrats, yeah, baby, favorability sank to record lows. These are two separate surveys. NBC News poll just released yesterday says, I love this song.
I'm a huge fan myself.
Now, could you... Let's... Trumpaholics, where are you? Woo!
Feeling good
Let's
on a
dance.
Monday, huh?
I'm feeling good. Because as much as Mika is deep breathing, I'm dancing. So the NBC News poll released yesterday shows 47% of Americans approve of President Trump's job as president.
18 points from the start of the Biden administration.
You got to do the low rider and then do the
administration.
Dan, you've got me giddy. You had me giddy on Friday, and now you got me giddy on Monday. But this is so, this is awesome.
Road Warrior says we need some fuzzy dice for dog. I love it.
Thank you, Road Warrior. Yeah, baby. Highest ever approval rating. He's the champion. NBC, and it's NBC. That's what kills her, right? It's like, NBC.
Oh, I got more from NBC. You want some from Kornacki?
Yeah.
Khaki Kornacki not wearing khakis, Don.
First of all, the mood of the country. This really jumped out. We asked folks, is it on the right direction or the wrong direction? That 44%, you say right direction, that's up since November. And if that doesn't seem like a lot, the last time it cracked 40%, you got to go back to 2012. The last time it actually hit 44 or higher, January of 2004. So a lot of this is Republicans, but independents, that number is also up since the election on the direction of the country. First of all, the mood.
Ooh, he's got the black pants. He's rocking the black pants now.
The black tie.
The black tie and the black pants.
Kind of looks like he just came from a funeral.
Is he grieving? Are they all grieving? I don't know. The percentage of Americans who believe that the country is headed in the right direction rose to 44%. 54% feel things are still on the wrong track, however. So that's one of those. So which 54%? Maybe Mika's. I'm surprised she didn't give that number. But Americans largely satisfied. Satisfaction.
Attention, if you owe...
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Attention.
Keep on going there, Don.
Yeah, Americans largely satisfied with Trump's response to border security and immigration issues. 55% approve, 43% disapprove. So this is great news for Trump. And perhaps why he's choosing to take the actions he is taking Take them now. I think these are popular moves with the people, and he feels the mandate. Do we have to go? Yeah, we do.
We do.
As we're going to jam to Lowrider and Satisfaction, because how do I spell satisfaction? TRUMP, baby. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, Sea Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863, or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's CCRADIO.com.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is this Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day this Friday on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMContheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All over the country, everywhere I went. He could be the most consequential president of the modern era, maybe one of the most in the history of the country, and I think that is already being demonstrated. That he has done more in the first 60 to 70 days of this administration than most presidents accomplished in 4 years or 8 years. And we're just getting started. You're going to see dramatic transformational change because that's what the country needs to keep going. And we're excited to be a part of that, Mark. Just buckle your seatbelt. It's going to be a wild ride, but a great one for the country. Be safe.
So Speaker Johnson saying it, buckle in, America. Let's get this party started. Now we have to address something before we move on, because there's a lot of news today. And one of the stories that we want to get to, by the way, it is Menti Monday because my husband Larry Menti
Menti
Monday. So Larry will be calling in. I want to hear what you all have to say, what Dan, Lair Bear have to. Please call him Lair Bear when you see him out, as you continue to do, which I love. But as far as Trump saying that the Biden pardons of those J6 committee members, that they're void because they were signed via AutoPen, which is delicious. Whether or not that'll hold up, I find it delicious. But Dan, you're being called out.
Yeah.
And we have to address this is a very serious situation.
Yeah, Joy Reid's Trump wig on Twitter says, Dan, grow a pair. If we're lucky, that destroyer out in the Gulf will send a few to those cartels. You don't sound like a measured alternative voice of the listener. You sound scared.
Are you scared, Dan Borowski?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit, Dawn. I don't want escalation of violence. And, hopefully me and Maisie, we'd love to welcome a child into this world. I want the child to enter into a world where he's not enlisted into the military involuntarily.
Maisie and I.
Sorry. Really? Through all that? That's what you gather out of that? So you know what? Maybe just a little bit I am scared, and I want to take a couple breaths before we ramp things up and just make sure that we're doing things the way that they should be without, getting out of control.
Okay, first of all, Newman Price says Mika doing lines is a great drop. John says let's have a poll on the poll. You guys are having a lot of fun. I will say this, Dawn needs fuzzy dice. Very good, Road Warrior. But I will say this, that I feel less afraid with Trump. I feel I'm the opposite in the and I mean this sincerely. I'm not a warmonger, but that's just it. When you show off the bat, see, Trump is giving everybody an opportunity to get in line. Get in line, cartels, stop being bad. Whether you're a terrorist in the Middle East causing trouble, whoever the troublemakers are, Trump is saying, I'm giving you the opportunity. Look at the biggity big USS Gravely with all of its tomahawks and its, you know what I mean? This is Clint Eastwood, and he's like, make my day. I'm locked and loaded. That's basically what this is. And so if you want to mess with us, then go ahead. This is like your auntie in South Philadelphia. Go ahead. You want to do that? Go ahead.
So you don't think there's going to be any kind of actual escalation? It's just a show.
Good. That's right.
We get it.
Thank you for the little...
You want to try another Eastwood impression? Just to...
Tumbleweeds.
Yeah.
Little spurs on the boots.
Mm-hmm. Mika in the corner doing lines.
Doing lines, breathing heavily, whipping joke. We're having fun today, folks.
Yeah, a little off kilter.
Because I think this is a great day because Trump is moving fast. And seriously, as Speaker Johnson said, I know we're being giggly, because I just feel that we've never been safer. And if you disagree with me, if you say, Dawn, you're missing the point or you're missing something, I want to hear from you, 855-839-1210. Or we are live and you can see us. I'm wearing my green for St. Patty's Day.
I'm not wearing any green. Forgot today was St. Patrick's Day.
How could you forget?
So, do I face a punishment?
Come on.
They say on YouTube I'm dressed like a pint of Guinness, though, so maybe that works.
Okay. A little tan.
Yeah.
Got the tan. Dan and tan.
I think Larry might be checking in a little early today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Larry Bear?
Yeah.
Want to take him?
Getting screened right now. Well, we got to hit break.
We got
so
to
why
hit
don't we
break.
hit the break, and then on the way back, we'll have Larry with us.
So the latest breaking news, by the way. CNN is covering this one. We're monitoring everybody. Just before we go to the break, really quick, that there's a hearing in the case of a Brown University professor who apparently they are threatening to deport. So there's a lot of hearings going on as far as these different individuals who this government, the United States government or officials are saying that they are supporting terrorist action of Hamas, and you can't do that. So that's what's going on. Got that breaking news, Trump breaking news, Larry Menti on the other side. Be right back. Extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance. across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, so much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that really meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive. Do this today. Get behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
March Madness brackets are out and the Philly area is barely represented. Lehigh and Princeton's women's teams qualified, but the Big Five is out completely. Officials are concerned about the level of New Jersey's reservoirs after a dry fall and winter. And the city turned green again yesterday, this time for the St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Love and marriage. It's a Menti Monday. Larry Menti joining us now, live. Hey, Larry.
Hello?
Hello.
I have questions.
Yes?
Do you actually tell people to call me Larry Bear? You've always acted as if that just happened organically. I didn't know you were prodding people to do it.
What?
She is, Larry. I can attest to that. She's mentioned multiple times to say Lair Bear.
That's unbelievable. No wonder so many people are saying it.
You should embrace it, Larry. Get a whole costume. Right. Maybe dress as a bear sometimes.
I'm not. You put yourself in my position. I'm not going to embrace it. I've got grown men calling me Lair Bear. I've got like construction workers saying it as I walk down the street.
Hey, Lair Bear, how you doing?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's exactly it. My second question is, what is Stan afraid of? The Houthis?
No, I'm afraid of ramping an escalation of war. Like putting a destroyer this close to our coast in the Gulf of America. As Dawn is stating, as a show of a strength, to prevent things from happening. I don't know what it does besides put ourselves out there as an aggressor. And on the grand stage of things, I'm worried that, one, this might escalate into something that turns into, fighting that we don't really, necessarily need to go down that path, right? And then I'm also concerned that we on a grand national stage look like idiots to a degree. Like, we're already looking pretty bad to Europeans. We're looking bad to Canadians. Not that we necessarily need to look good, but I feel like this just further puts us down that path of what the hell is America doing?
With the Houthis, though, right? That's what you're upset about? Hitting the Houthis, or is it something else?
Well, but all of the above, because we talked about the fact.
I'll answer, Larry. Okay. Not necessarily the Houthis. No, I'm not concerned about what's going on in the Middle East as much. I'm concerned as to what the parking of the ship off the coast. And tying that to the Houthis. I mean, it left the Houthis in Yemen to come here to the Gulf, but just the fact that we have a Navy destroyer sitting off, the coasts of the United States, prepared for action, just skeeves me a little bit.
Yeah, this is the USS Gravely. Pentagon confirmed this late Saturday night into Sunday, that the Navy destroyer has this unusual mission to bolster security at our southern U.S. border. So even though the Gravely, its last deployment was the Middle East, but right now they deployed it to cover the southern border.
Wow, Dan scares easily. That's
true.
I can't believe he's worried about that. The Coast Guard ships off the coast, they worry you at all? Are they getting you? Look, I got a feeling that this buildup at the southern border, it is strange. You have a ship there now. You have artillery there now. You have 10,000 troops almost there now. I got a feeling they're going after the cartels, which is why he signed that executive order of making them a terrorist organization, because that gives us some permission. And my feeling is talks are going on with Mexico right now to go in and get the cartels.
Boom. How did I know he was going to say that? It's as if we live together.
Oh, did you say it already?
Huh?
Did you say that?
No, I teed you up. Didn't I, Dan?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. But my concern, though, is as much as there is the cartel situation, I'm completely with you guys. It's out of control, and we need to, do something there. Is it related to the Panama Canal and getting closer to that? And I'm just curious, Larry, Dawn, ramping up escalation to take control of the Panama Canal, are you guys in favor of that?
Yeah, they're not going to take the Panama.
Yeah, I agree.
He says all that stuff because he wants something else. He wants China out of there. If he gets that, I mean, he'd also like to not be charged, but he's not invading any country. It's just not going to happen. Did you see him 4 years ago? He's allergic to that kind of stuff. He does not want to send men to fight. He's called back planes in midair from bombing missions. I was surprised at the Houthis, that the fact that he hit them. I'm glad he did. I wish he would wipe them out. But he's not going into Panama. He's not going into Greenland. He's not going into Canada. He talks big because he wants something else. And the funny thing is, he normally gets it. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
And to go along with what you're saying, this is because I'm looking it up as you're speaking. In a statement late yesterday, Pentagon says no new announcements to make about any change in U.S. military presence in Panama. The Defense Department is, quote, fully prepared to support the president's national security priorities, including those surrounding the Panama Canal, but nothing new.
And I also have audio here from the Federal Maritime Commission chairman who's talking about the canal and the situation that's developing down there. Take a listen.
In closing, the Panama Canal is vital to our economy, with over 75% of its traffic bound for our ports. Safeguarding the ACP's independence and addressing the challenges posed by the broader government are essential to maintaining U.S. competitiveness in the global economy. I look forward to your questions.
So they're saying, yeah, and especially the situation with China developing there in Panama, it is strong. It's important to show a strong, stance there. And to Larry's point, I mean, Dawn as well, Trump really, he had a potential political future last time around, and I fear that there's not much for Trump, the man himself, to lose this time around, which could suggest maybe more aggressive actions on the geopolitical international politics stage.
Aggression actions to support peace and prosperity. That's the goal here, though. That's the important piece of it. And so while others have done a lot of lip service, he is a president of action. Bottom line.
Yeah, and it's a big leap. It's sending a destroyer down there, and it's a big leap into a war breaking out or him attacking. I just would be shocked. I would be stunned if he takes a military action against anybody in our hemisphere except for the cartels.
But Larry, I will say this, that I think part of the destroyer being there, because they're talking about working with Panama on several, quote, exercises and events throughout the year. They did say over the weekend in their speech, talking about piracy and protecting the U.S. territorial integrity, sovereignty, security, but they specifically mentioned piracy. And so they are, I think that they're talking about terrorism. They're talking about transnational crimes. So I think part of this is with Panama, the protection for not just Yemen, but as well throughout the region. I think there are dual messages, is what I'm saying, as far as those pirates, those terrorists who threaten in the Middle East, all the way to the southern border, that threat as well. So I think they're trying to do maybe a twofer or a threefer, if you will.
Yeah, maybe. My feeling is we're never going to know exactly why it's there. We're just not going to know. I think the pirates, that's a lot to send for just pirates. And so my feeling is there might be something going on. He might be sending a message, but I don't think anything's going to happen from it. Nothing. And so I think it's a lot of worry about nothing. I just didn't know Dan was so skittish.
He looks at everything. Hey, can you hang with us for a little bit? We have to do a quick break, but we want to do a reset at the top. A lot of breaking news and developing stories. Can you hang with us?
Sure.
Thanks for being here. We'll take a quick break. Take your calls. Be right back.
So good to me.
With tariffs and a potential trade war sending ripples through the stock market, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to take a look at crash-proof retirement. A lot of people are worried about the tariffs, but I know I'm not going to lose anything when the market comes down. My investments are going to be protected in the crash-proof system. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor by 2 to 1. That's interest credited that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash Proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Headlines this morning involving, and we'll talk about Philadelphia and the budget and the Refund the Police movement by our mayor, Sherelle Parker. But we want to talk about what's breaking today, and that is a lot of news involving one President Donald J. Trump never wasting a moment, working over the weekend, a lot of live updates, including the White House denying that they ever defied a judge's order on those deportations of accused gang members over the weekend. We also know that President Trump taking action, says he and Putin will have talks tomorrow, talking about hopefully resolving and ending this war between Russia and Ukraine. And then also, I want to get to this one, and that is President Trump taking a bit of a jab at former President Biden over that auto pen signature. So does it count if a president of the United States, in signing different types of orders or pardons, does it count if they don't personally, at their hand, make that signature, right? if it's a pardon that's an auto pen, like autopilot. What do you think?
I do have some audio from Trump today. Take a listen.
Those executive orders, those pardons from the president now null and void?
Well, I think so. It's not my decision. That'll be up to a court. But I would say that they're null and void because I'm sure Biden didn't have any idea that it was taking place. And somebody was using an auto pen to sign off and to give pardons to, as an example, it's just one example, but the J6 Unselect Committee. They gave, think of it, they gave pardons with an auto pen. I don't think Biden knew anything about it. And what they did is they deleted and destroyed all of the information that took them over a year to get. Are those
So, Larry Menti, it's Menti Monday. Hey, Larry, what's your reaction to that one?
I'm not surprised at all. I remember there was some symposium with Speaker Johnson one time where he went in to the White House. He kept trying to get a meeting at the White House, and they kept holding him off. And he wanted to talk to the president over a national security issue because and he never, during the symposium, he never said exactly what that was. But he went in and he was shocked because there was like 5 people there. And he said to the president, Mr. President, I believe I need to talk to you, just the 2 of us. Mm-hmm. And Biden dismissed everybody. But for a long time, the speaker couldn't get in there. And then they wanted to be there to hear what he had to say. And it was the president that said, no, could you give us some time? So before they got started, he said, look, this executive order that you signed, cutting off oil and gas to Europe, I'm really concerned about because it makes Russia more powerful. Mm-hmm. And Biden said, I never signed that. And he took it out. Johnson took it out and showed it to him and said, sir, this is your signature. And he said, I never signed that. So when I heard you talking about the the auto signature, I thought to myself, oh my God, how many times were they signing things without his knowledge? Because we all know about his mental capacity diminishing. Mm-hmm. And we all know that was covered by everybody, the Democratic Party and everybody at the White House. But were they using him? Was he like a vessel for them to get what they wanted with things like executive order, which, by the way, only takes the strike of a pen? And if he doesn't remember them and isn't all there, it is very possible, and it sounds like this is an offshoot of that, mm-hmm. that other people were signing orders and other people running the country.
And doesn't it make sense then that Trump knew this, right? He was waiting for this, had believed this, and so now looking back, think about Trump in all of these so-called news conferences where he invited the media in. What was he doing? He was signing executive orders and signing everything.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
This is how Trump thinks. He thinks, oh, great, when I get into office, I'm going to sign everything right there in the no one can ever deny that I signed it. And then, look at this, not even 2 months in, he's saying, auto pen, what's going on? And no one can say he ever did an auto pen because all the media was right there with him, like feet from him, as oftentimes he's in the Oval signing these things, right?
Yeah, and look, this all has to be investigated. I think this is an enormous story. And I thought that before the election. I thought there had to be an investigation into, first of all, everybody lying to the American public about the president and his mental capacity. And secondly, that being the case, who was running the government and exactly what did they do? Because, for instance, if they were signing executive orders without the president's knowledge, that's actionable. That's a crime. And so I believed all along that this was the biggest scandal since Watergate, that they had this vessel of a man in there that they were using to go forward with their agenda. Dawn, you and I have known Biden for a long time. Mm-hmm. I've covered him for a long time. He was sharp. Nobody would have gotten away with this, and he's got a temper. Mm-hmm. The only way that but actually, I don't even see a way. I don't think he'd allow anybody else to run that White House if he had full mental capacity. I truly believe that someone else was running the country. We need to know who that is, and we need to know who lied to us so that it'll never, ever happen again.
And so what about I agree with you. What about the legality of saying, hey, if something was signed by AutoPen, then it does not count as a pardon? Has that ever happened? As far if that's a legit, if they're really challenging that, then I wonder if that has ever been done before in this regard with a pardon.
I'm sure with the pardons he handed out, my feeling is, because they were so personal, some of those pardons, my feeling is he had knowledge about them, and we're not positive. There's no proof that they're AutoPen, right? They just are too similar.
Right.
But it does seem like there were a lot. I'm more concerned. I'm not concerned about the pardons. I'm more concerned about the executive orders on policy, like that left our border wide open for so many years. They're the kind of things that I'm extremely worried about. And the orders that had to do with foreign affairs, and the orders that had to do with, being involved in two wars, one in Ukraine and one in Gaza, and the orders that sent billions and billions of dollars to NGOs and to foreign countries. They're the ones I'm the most concerned about, because if any of them were fraudulent, there was a crime committed. I understand there's a lot to get done. I get it. I understand, but they can walk and chew gum. There's a lot of committees. I'm really concerned. I know it's early. It seems like forever, but I know it's early. I'm really concerned that I haven't heard that this is going to be investigated, because we shouldn't let it go.
Well, I don't think they're going to let it go. I just think it's a matter of their focus. And it's unfortunate to me as I look at what certain media stations, what they focus on, rather than what's really happening and looking at the big picture. Dan, did you want to play? Dan has a ton of audio to get through, so I didn't know if you were saying you had something.
The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at he signs by AutoPen. Who was signing all this stuff by AutoPen? Who would think you signed important documents by AutoPen? These are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by AutoPen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing.
Yeah, so he's talking about it, but I don't know. I don't know if this will end up as a court battle or if he's just threatening it.
It's actually a huge concern. That's a big story.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really big story, because there has already been a lot of rumors. There's always been a lot of innuendos that somebody else was running the country, and that things were being signed that he didn't even know about. Like I said, Speaker Johnson said that something was signed that he didn't know was signed. The president admitted that. And so this is a huge potential story, and people should get to the bottom of it.
Well, I'm sure
I'm afraid that it's going to be shoved under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, I'm sure the Washington Post investigative team, New York Times investigators, I'm sure they're all looking into it as we speak.
Yeah, no, they're not. What they're not covering is a national scandal. Yeah, how about when we struck the Houthis? Did you know they were still hitting ships?
No, we didn't really hear about it.
No, nobody was reporting it. They just stopped reporting on it. And not until we attacked and Trump said, look, they've hit 174 ships. They're hitting our naval vessels. I thought it was done with.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was happening.
And so as I look up, just monitoring all the different media, Washington Post, they have Trump economy and a picture of, a lot of eggs, your egg prices. CNN is talking about Doge and IRS workers.
Trump did speak on the economy and egg prices today as well, if you wanted to hear that.
Yeah,
Tom.
let's hear it.
I'll tell you what is smart. When I took it over, eggs were through the roof, and now eggs are down 35% over a short period of time. And other things, fuel, gasoline, energy is down, way down. Oil is down to $65 a barrel. It was $82 a barrel. Then when energy comes down, pricing is going to come down. Prices for groceries, etc., are going to come down. So, yeah, I think we're setting a good table.
Yeah, setting the table. He's speaking on Air Force One. But on this one, I know Trump, there's a White House news briefing today scheduled for 1 p.m. 3 o'clock today, President Trump is going to attend that board meeting at the Kennedy Center. Now, Larry, why is this such a priority for the commander-in-chief, the President of the United States of America? I mean, he's meeting with Putin tomorrow. Very important agenda. Why does he care about the Kennedy Center?
This is when I'm not crazy about Donald Trump on things like this. This is all ego.
It's not ego.
It is.
It is not ego.
Yes, they're all egotistical. Donald Trump has always wanted to have his hands inside the Kennedy Center, and he made himself head of the Kennedy Center. And now he's going to go to. We have so many more important things happening in the world, and for some reason he's obsessed with this.
The arts are not important.
Do you think they're as important as striking the Houthis? You just told me about a destroyer in the Gulf. The fact that we have tariffs around the world. We still are dealing with peace in Ukraine. And what's he going to do? He's going to go to a meeting at the Kennedy Center. I know you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
That's right.
It's a bad look.
He can walk, chew gum, and golf, a great game, all at the same time. Dan, what do you got?
I think I can unify you guys on this issue, though, because Tara Setmeyer over on CNN, she got real effusive on this one. And this is the kind of rhetoric, guys, that I feel really sets the left into a mode of violence. And again, this... take a listen.
It is really so typical of authoritarian regimes. We've seen it in history to come in and take over the arts and remake it in their image and likeness and what they deem acceptable. Stalin did it. Pinochet did it. The Nazis did it. And now Donald Trump is doing it. And this is when you put people who are unserious, like Rick Grinnell and Dan Scavino, who was Donald Trump's freaking golf caddy at one point or something. These are the people that are now on the board of the Kennedy Center. And Donald Trump appoints himself the chairman. And then they turn around and talk about DEI intolerance. It's a joke. Do they think the American people are stupid? We see what's going on.
That's why he did it.
Genghis Khan did it.
Who else can we name there, Larry?
Oh, man.
El Chapo did it.
Brutus did it. They did it in the Roman Empire.
Ivan the Terrible did it. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They've put off this meeting over and over.
The
and it's making
Nazis did it.
You know who's at is Riverdance? They're saying Riverdance is at the Kennedy Center. Who's going to be at the Kennedy Center?
Huh.
Making the arts great again.
Maybe Conor McGregor? No? Doing
What do
a
you think?
one-man show? Take a listen.
What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action.
Speaking here in the press room at the White House after visiting Trump, Caroline Leavitt stepped aside and take a listen. It gets very, very animated.
With zero accountability. You know, our money is being spent on overseas issues that has nothing to do with the Irish people. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop. So issues need to be addressed, and the 40 million Irish Americans, as I said, need to hear this, because if not, there will be no place to come home and visit.
Move aside, River Dancers. Conor McGregor's in town.
With that brogue, I couldn't understand a thing he said.
But it's beautiful. But here's the thing, I will say, the Kennedy Center, the real, in all seriousness, because I believe in the arts. Our son just was one of the high school stars in a Mamma Mia musical, and you see what the arts, how it's basically a life skill for kids, and we support the arts, Larry. In all seriousness, the fact that Congress funds the Kennedy Center, I was trying to look up the number, how many $45 million they get, and they have zero cash on hand. So where did all that money go? You know what I mean? And that's really what I think Trump and why they're all triggered. Who got all that money? Who got the $45 million that came from Congress? And they still have ticket sales? And they have zero cash on hand? Where's the money? I mean, that's really what Trump is going after here, right? Because who got the just, and that's just off the top. That's the $45 million they get from Congress, not even counting all the money that they bring in. Where's the money?
You think that's what he's doing there today?
Of course.
He's going after $45 million that was given to the Lincoln Center. That's why he's there today. I think he's going there today because when they honor Christopher Cross or whomever they honor, he wants to be there up in the balcony sitting next to Christopher Cross as everybody else sings their songs.
That's right.
Quite a reference there, Larry. I like that.
Beautiful. No, that was great. And Larry's right, but as well, I don't think there are going to be any more drag shows or whatever they've been doing at the Kennedy Center that's not making the ticket sales. So I do think that they'll bring back diversity. What about diversity of culture and bring it to the Kennedy Center and bring back profitability? So that
when was there a drag show at the Kennedy Center?
Well, there was one at the White House. Remember that whole thing? Wasn't that over
Yeah,
Easter or Christmas or whatever?
I don't think they had a drag show at the Kennedy Center, though.
Back in September,
I
it looks
think
like
they
had
did.
La Cage. Is that what it? No.
They had something
Yeah.
look kind of like it. I'll specifically.
They probably honored Elton John. That's close.
Stop.
They did a drag brunch back in September.
Drag brunch.
A drag brunch. No, I don't
Does
see
that
any
count?
kind of like a show. No, there was another drag show for adults. It took place on one of their stages called the Family Theater in name only. Huh. I got a real question though, Larry. Is Christopher Cross actually being honored by the Trump administration?
No, I
Oh.
just reached for a name and I came up with that one.
You're a big yacht rock fan there, Larry? I didn't know that.
I have no idea why. He's going to be the last person that's honored there. Dawn and I saw Christopher Cross one time.
Did you really?
We did.
Was he good live? Like because he has a pretty strange voice, high pitch, unique. Is he good live?
At the Keswick.
We actually went because the lead singer of the Moody Blues was singing, so we saw him, and then Christopher Cross closed. And truthfully, I wasn't going to see Christopher Cross, but I was pleasantly surprised. Some of the songs, I forgot how many hits he had.
He did have a couple, yeah.
We saw Justin Hayward.
I can't believe he closed for the Moody Blues. Though.
I know.
What the hell's going on with that concert promoter?
Justin Hayward. It was at the Keswick. And do you remember when that was? We were actually there with Phil Almquist and his wife.
Really?
And do you know when that was? It was.
I do. I remember. It was when the assassination attempt on Trump.
July 13th.
Really?
So we're bringing it all full circle. And Larry.
That's how we found out about it.
Yep.
People were talking about it there when we came. We went early, and then people were saying, "Did you hear what happened?"
And we heard from Phil Holmquist and the people there at the like we were so going crazy because remember there was a ticket snafu and whatever, and we just had been dealing with that, and so we didn't even know.
Wow.
It was July. You think about how the country has changed. Think about that since July 13th, and thank God.
I remember Dom was in Gettysburg with media off because Dom hardly ever goes phone device off. And I had to call him a bunch and finally answer.
God.
But it was such a crazy... And you had to refresh the internet to make sure this wasn't a hoax, that it was actually happening, tuned into 1210. It was... Oh, what a memory that was.
And Stacia, Stacia, our daughter, calling, saying, "Did you guys hear this?"
Wow.
Everybody was trying to get a hold of us. You think about what has changed since July 13th, and thank God, in a serious measure, thank God that Trump survived that assassination attempt that we still don't have all the information about, by the way.
Yeah, I'm the furthest thing from a conspiracy theorist. As you know, I roll my eyes at most of those things. I don't think enough has been investigated about the assassination attempt. It was too weird for all those things to go wrong. It was too strange. Maybe I'm giving way too much credit to the Secret Service, but from what I know about the Secret Service, they have everything buttoned down, and they button it down 2 or 3 times. And for not to have a roof covered that was that close and was in a line of sight, that's all just too odd to me.
Agreed. Well, Larry Barra, thank you for joining us on this Menti Monday.
Well, I got a final question.
Oh,
Were you guys still able to enjoy the yacht rock even after getting that news?
The yacht rock, I do enjoy yacht rock.
No,
I
but
love yacht rock.
That night after hearing
Keswick
those
that
news
night.
at the Keswick, you
Yeah,
went
we
to Moody
stayed
Blues,
for-
Christopher Cross.
Yeah, we stayed for
You
it.
stayed for it?
We did. It was weird.
You sang along to Arthur's theme.
It was
Best that you
surreal.
can do. Yeah.
He did. He did sing that. Yeah, no, of course he did. Was that his close? I think it was his close.
Love it.
Anyway.
I love some yacht rock. Thank you, Larry.
Enough Christopher Cross talk. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Good one. Get it? Christopher Crosstalk. Good one.
Oh, that was clever.
He's clever like
I didn't
that.
catch that at all. Wow.
He's clever like that. He also, if you noticed, he was very concerned that I stole something he said over. There's always a.
Oh, is there possessiveness to points and angles?
Well, to original thought.
Okay.
And I did not. Sometimes I'll admit that I steal things that Larry says over the weekend, but I didn't steal anything today. I let him say it. I teed him up for it.
Yeah. I actually have the live reaction of Dawn when she has to step aside for Larry getting his point out there. Oh. That was actually Mika and Joe.
That was
Yes.
Mika.
Yes.
Man, hard inhale through the nostrils. Whew. She is mad that the Democrats have reached an all-time low in all of polling as far as their approval rating. Not a happy Monday for her. We'll take a quick break, get your thoughts, more breaking news. Well, I don't know if it's breaking, more developing news for sure. Be right back.
Leaning independents have a favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration. The Republican Party.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 33% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
Drier conditions return to the Delaware Valley today. We'll see some sunshine. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 60 degrees. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy with a low 36. And a very nice day shaping up on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine and milder with a high 64.
Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in a gelati or ice blender and add even more fun with the crunchy new Skittles Pop topping. Stop by Rita's today.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The promise made, a promise kept. But it looks like a judge is trying to stop this. Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why any judge would want terrorists returned to the United States. I mean, first of all, the video, what a beautiful thing to see.
It's incredible.
Look, the President Trump, by proclamation, invoked the authorities of the Alien Enemies Act, which he has the right to do, and it's a game changer. And we removed over 200 violent criminals from the United States, just not TDA, but also MS-13. The actions of President Trump made this country safer. Every criminal alien, every criminal public safety threat, and national security threat removed from this country makes this country safer. That's what the American voters voted for. That's their mandate to the president. The president's keeping his promise. President Trump's a game changer. The Alien Enemies Act hasn't been used in a long time. And when I watched the video and I saw, and I was involved this week in this whole movement, this is an extraordinary thing what the President Trump is doing to keep his promise to American people to make this country safe again. And he's doing a fabulous job.
And so Tom Homan this morning on Fox and Friends, as he's talking about these men who have been described as violent rapists, murderers, gang members, some of the most violent gangbangers in the world. and that they were in this country illegally, and that you saw their heads being shaved. You're watching on YouTube. Their heads were shaved. They were shackled. That's why they're bending over, because they're shackled, their hands to their feet, because they're so dangerous. And you see their heads, they're shaving their hair and so on and so forth. But that flight bound for El Salvador. Now, a judge, when somebody heard about this, they ran to get a judge's ruling, and they tried to stop this from happening. And a lot of headlines this morning, which were disturbing, pointed out that the Trump administration was acting illegally and erroneously, and that they were defying a judge's order.
I got more from Tom Homan on that.
Okay, let's hear it.
How did the judge get involved? Did these immigrants that were in the country illegally, did their lawyers get involved and make a petition to the judge? How did this happen? How did the judge know about the flights being in the air?
Again, information was leaked somehow. I don't quite know how it got leaked, but there was a court emergency court hearing on five people that were on schedule to be deported. The judge had a written order that said these 5 people can't be removed right now. It wasn't until this flight was already in international waters, heading down to El Salvador, that the judge made some comment about returning the flights. We're already in international waters. We're outside the borders of the United States. I'm the border czar. Once you're outside the border, it is what it is.
Oops.
But they're in international waters, already on the way south, close to landing. You know what? We did what we had to do. Remove terrorists, significant public safety threats from the United States. By the order of the proclamation by the President of the United States, we did the right thing.
Tom, you say that it was 5 that were on there where this emergency hearing was coming. So why is the judge asking for the entire flight to be returned?
Your guess is good as mine, Lawrence. You got some radical judge who makes a decision.
This can't happen.
That just defies logic. I mean, who in the right mind, whether you're a judge or not, wants known public TDA, a recognized terrorist organization sent here by the Maduro regime to create havoc, to unsettle the United States through the use of fentanyl to kill thousands of Americans, violence to American citizens, raping and murdering young women in this country. They are enemies of this country, and President Trump treated them as enemies, and we did exactly what we should have done. Again, President Trump is going to make this country safe again. He's going to do it one illegal alien at a time. And this weekend, we did 261.
261. So this is, remember, El Salvador's, it's Bukele, right? This is El Salvador's aggressive crime-fighting strategy. This is a mega prison where visitation, the recreation, education, they're not allowed. And this is something that Trump is capitalizing on, because remember, there was an offer. Hey, send these Venezuelan, very dangerous gang members who are accused of all these crimes, send them to me, says El Salvador's quite popular leader, I might add. And why is he popular? Because he's fighting the crime. But he had made that offer, and the Trump administration taking him up on that offer, deporting these, if you will, flying these hundreds of immigrants that you saw in the YouTube video. So they're sending them, and then we are, I guess we signed a contract, if you will. I think it was for $6 million. So this is outsourcing, Dan. That's what it is. They're outsourcing dangerous gang members, killers, and rapists. So we're outsourcing the custody of those individuals. It's one outsourcing project that I guess I'm willing to do.
I mean, it makes sense, though. What else do you expect to do with them? I really wonder if this is all a Democratic effort, the judge filing this motion, because it doesn't make much sense. Like if we're being completely honest, and Tom Homan, stressed that, is this all just Democratic propositioning, strategizing to force the only solution Trump has then to detain these individuals in big camps, and then they can complain about these camps and such? Is this all just a grand scheme to keep them within our borders? And you have Republicans here who are correct. I'm one of them saying, these people got to go. They got to get out of here. So what are you going to do with them? Well, if you can't send them out of here, then you got to put them somewhere, right?
Look, I think at the end of the day, this is, they hope to send tens of thousands of these types of gangbangers. And how are you going to house this? How are you going to pay for it? And obviously, it lessens the cost greatly if we outsource it. It also is a huge deterrent because if anybody in this country right now who's one of these criminals, and let's say they're with the cartels, they know that we've just talked about this. You've got a Navy destroyer. You've got our U.S. soldiers who've been deployed to the border. And so now let's just say you're one of these gang members, right? You're in this country and you're here illegally, but you haven't been caught yet. Might you self-deport? I think so. So it's a huge deterrent to stay here and to continue on with the crime.
The thing is, though, I think they'd face harsher justice in their home countries than they would here. Maybe they're afraid of that in itself as well.
Yeah, so deport somewhere else. Who will take you? Where can you go? Hey, I got an idea. Go to Canada.
Ooh.
How about that?
Hey, so some commentary in the chat. Jimmy Manelli and Tony, both, and Suze, really wanting to give some credit to Lawrence Jones for getting Tom Homan there. Some great questioning. And he continued, too, and asked, Tom, what are you going to do with this judge? If she's filing this in court. And Tom responded this way, Dawn.
Another flight every day. The teams are going to be out there every day. Every day, the men and women of ICE are going to be in the neighborhoods of this nation arresting criminal, illegal alien, public safety threats, and national security threats. Lawrence, you're not going to stop us. We made a promise to the American people. The President Trump has made a promise to the American people. We're going to make this country safe again. I wake up every morning loving my job because I work for the greatest president in the history of my life, and we're going to make this country safe again. I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
Yeah, so good, kudos. I love what Tom Homan says. He's very direct. And by the way, it's sort of funny. I guess I'm invisible. Sometimes I'm invisible to my teenagers at home. But Jimmy's like, Dan, can you say it's the work of Lawrence Jones? Just so you know, I did multiple times.
Hey, did you know it's the work of Lawrence Jones?
Lawrence Jones, Mr. Jones.
Don, did you know it's the work of Lawrence Jones?
It's the work of, did you know this? Yes, the work of Lawrence Jones. Lawrence Jones.
Come on.
But I did say it multiple times.
Sorry about that.
So I don't know if Jimmy just, he doesn't like me.
I think Jimmy loves you.
No, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
He goes, okay, thanks, John.
Come join us in the chat. It's like a whole community, and it's
a
great.
Separate little thing. We
love
have
it.
fun.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Like, subscribe, click the bell, get some notifications.
Tony says, don't encourage them to go to our 51st state, Dawn.
It's true.
That's a good
one. To be within the borders of the U.S.
We have a lot going on. Speaking of which, I know that we'll talk. We talked earlier this morning on K and Co. About Sherelle Parker and her budget, and I will say I fully support the fact that she has to spend more money to refund the police, and she, by omission, she doesn't blame what she inherited, but that's basically what she's doing. So, just as a city resident,
how could you not?
I know.
I mean, you look around, and she was left a S-storm, to say the least. And
so they sometimes they bust my chops, Dan, because I've said that I voted for her. I did. We've all been there. Most of us, it's after a few glasses of wine, but it can happen. It can happen. But I'm glad that she's at least supporting the police and refunding.
What else are you doing with public safety?
Mm-hmm.
We're embracing technology to improve our performance. The police department will move forward with a new forensics lab to assist the force with forensics investigations to help solve crime. Now, I got a first-hand look at how good our department is at forensic science. During its painstaking investigation following the plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia, Dr. Michael Garvey, our police department's director of forensic science, thank you for your service during this difficult investigation. We're investing. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Thank you. We're investing in forensic sciences now to get you and the department more support. Dr. Garvey, we want you to know that our FY26 through FY30 plan. We are excited about it. It includes an additional $67 million for a new forensics lab and related costs. It's money well spent to help us solve crime and to keep Philadelphia safer. We listen to you.
Good. I think it's all good. And the other one of the other stories, and I believe that Dom Giordano is going to focus on this, is just a murder that I think shook so many of us, and that was the murder of this teenage kid, a good kid, with the face of an angel, and that's Sean Toomey. And where's the justice for Sean Toomey? And if you believe the headlines, as far as our district attorney, Larry Krasner, what was he more focused on? It seems like he was more focused on really firing ADAs and those prosecutors and a very experienced prosecution team that he inherited than really being focused on bringing forth justice. And so I think that that's really the big picture, if you will. If we think about justice in Philadelphia for the crime victims, no matter what their background is, and the double whammy or triple whammy of the pandemic, the defund the police movement, and then on top of it, a district attorney who seemed, at best, I'll say, distracted by the fact that he wanted to just fire everybody who was doing their job as a prosecutor to bring forth justice against charged criminals in our community. And I think it really was this horrible, it's like that movie, The Perfect Storm. It was really a trifecta, if you will, of all of these different situations coming forth that put all of us, every one of us, and I mean this sincerely, we were all, for those of us like us, we came to work every day during the pandemic. There were days when I was chased into the workplace, when we have been afraid and we've lived with that fear. So maybe you're going to criticize me for supporting this mayor's efforts to refund the police and boost the police budget. But I'm telling you, if we want to survive as a city, we need this, and we deserve it. And by the way, we've paid for it.
Yay.
Was that sarcastic, or what was that? Yay.
Just it's the situation that we find ourselves is just pressing.
There it is.
Hey, we got a break.
I'm being Dawny Downer. All right, we have, by the way, did you know that your cat could catch avian bird flu?
Oh, yeah?
And not by killing a bird or eating a bird necessarily. So we're going to tell you how on the other side. Avian bird flu news. And did you know, and I forgot to mention this to Lair Bear, to my husband, did you know that Philadelphia, we don't even make the top 10 in this ridiculous Wallet Hub poll? We don't even make the top 10 for best Irish and Irish celebrations and St. Patty's Day celebrations.
What?
This is an outrage.
No, it's not right.
It's an outrage. So we got to talk about that. Be right back.
You're beautiful, that's for sure.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252. Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, and they're offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
You look like you could river dance, Dawn. Is that true?
A little bit.
Yeah?
I never took formal lessons. I have a lot of relatives who are into it who were in the parade yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
St. Patty's Day. We have the oldest St. Patty's Day parade in the nation. And we are Philadelphia. We do a great job with all the singers and the dancers and the food. And Wallet Hub has snubbed us, and it's really annoying to me that they don't even have Philadelphia in the top 10. And I know Jimmy Kelly's. We've been outraged by
Sorry. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Sorry, Dawn, you're back. I took your mic.
Did you hear me?
No. What did you just say?
Did Wallet Hub try to silence me?
I think so.
USA Today.
They're really strong on this Irish list. So,
Yeah.
so Philadelphia's not top 10?
Not even in the top 10.
We
They
gotta.
put Boston as number 1. They put Reno, Nevada, and Pittsburgh and New York in the top 10. They don't even put Philadelphia in the top 10.
No, that's nuts. And we got a guy that's one step away from being a leprechaun here, Jim Kelly, who marches in the
Jimmy.
parade every year. And well,
Yes.
first off, do you have an Irish accent that you talk with when you do the parade?
No, I don't talk with an Irish accent when I do the parade, but it's time to go out and drink a little bit and have a pint somewhere. Mr. Borowski and Miss Stenson, good to be here with you.
And Jim, why top 10? Why should Philadelphia be in the top 10 of St. Patrick's Day destinations?
Well, first of all, Philadelphia has the oldest Irish bar, McGillen's Old Ale House, which is right on the parade route. So many people who are
Boom.
watching in the parade stopped in to see people at McGillen's. I should go there today after the show just to see how crowded it really is and call in.
I love that he says I should, like he's not going to already.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. I'll try to get down there, but I guarantee you right now that place is packed. Packed to the rafters.
Number 1, Wallet Hub says is Boston. Number 2 is Reno, Nevada.
What?
Reno?
Reno.
No, get
Then
out of here.
Savannah. This is so bogus. They're just trying to trigger us. Then Savannah, Georgia. Then Santa Rosa.
Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah.
That's bad too.
Number 4 is Santa Rosa, California. This is nuts.
No, that's terrible.
I don't even see, where is Philadelphia even on the, Philadelphia's number 25.
25?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm not making this up.
That's
Wallet Hub,
BS.
shame. Shame. New York is 7th. Buffalo, New York is 9th. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is number 10.
Like, I'm looking on.
Give me a break.
I'm trying to find like things in Reno, Nevada that are related to St. Patrick's.
Thank you.
What is related?
And the Reno Public Market held its own St. Patrick's Day celebration.
public
in
market?
partnership
Their
with the
public
sons
market?
and daughters of
We had a
Aaron,
wonderful
offering
parade.
sober, family-friendly fun to the community.
So they offer a sober family fun? That's
Get out
all
of
right.
here.
Okay, then we proudly take number 25 because we definitely do not celebrate sober.
Did you ever go on one of those bar crawls?
Oh, those things are great.
So much fun.
Yeah.
I've been on those, yeah. I've actually DJ'd a few of them, and they're really fun.
And the fact that we have a bar crawl with so many Irish pubs where you can stop at like that, I think that in itself deserves to be a top 10 mention because I don't think you can do that in many cities. I mean, when are you going to go to Houlihan's and then a Bennigan's? It's...
No, you got to go to the local bars in the area. You know, you got to go see that guy from the Boondock Saints. Great movie, by the way. Got to watch it on St. Patrick's Day.
Multiple references today, Don.
Yeah.
I love the Irish dancers, all the great music, great performers, just a local great time.
You know, Maisie was actually, she's a trained river dancer.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And maybe we'll get her to do it sometime. She won't even call into the show. So.
Why not?
Yeah, it's like Ro Giordano as well.
Ro,
Yeah.
I bet Ro. Well, we know Ro is a great dancer, and I think Dom Giordano is kind of a closet river dancer. Perhaps.
Ooh, you think Dom knows how to river dance?
Are you in the closet?
I've done a lot for talk radio. That's beyond. Let's go through the things.
Dom,
we've
you
done.
get
Dunk
up and give
tanks.
us a jig real quick.
I'd rather
please.
do the dunk tank again in 30-degree temperature. All right, Dawn, we have, of course, Scott Presler. You know, he just revealed that Bucks County is 5 registrations short of 10,000 plus for Republicans. Remember when it was blue? That is stunning to us. And we have the head of the building trades. They've endorsed somebody else against Larry Krasner. Rare appearance. I'm glad they're coming on to explain why.
Oh, wonderful. Great Dom show. Happy Monday, St. Patty's Day officially. And we in Philadelphia were broadcasting from the best St. Patrick's Day parade and city in America. Don't listen to Wallet Hub. The Dom show is next. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice any wear and tear, mold, buckling, or peeling, that indicates your home is being exposed to the elements. Many people don't realize siding is not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding carries only the highest quality brands, such as James Hardie and Certainteed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding also goes the extra mile to work with you on the different styles and options that best fit your home, and they complete every project with care and precision. Experience the Chapman difference today. Call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
All of the people that at one point in the last 9 years have said they will leave the country after Donald Trump was elected. Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Rachel Maddow, Barbara Streisand, Stormy Daniels, Eminem, and Tommy Lee. The clock is absolutely ticking. We're going to stay up on this, and we're going to keep tabs on you. They always go out and they say this. They never do it as if anybody really actually cares. Nobody is going to miss any of these people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Remember that Sunoco spill? The guy that I think is a rising star going to be the Attorney General in Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, has launched a criminal investigation into what happened there. He also wants Larry Krasner criminally investigated. I could add that up for what he's done to these people who were former prosecutors and a judge. We're going to ask Ryan Boyer. It's rare, the head of the building trades. And I enjoy that when he comes on. Last time he was on, he made quite a lot of news. He'll be with us at 2 o'clock today. Why are they not backing the incumbent? Why are they putting all those ground forces and money behind Judge Dugan to take on Larry Krasner? All right? It is not customary that this happens. It tells you how bad Krasner is, once again, and why there's a fighting chance to defeat him here in Philadelphia and make beyond national news. All right, phone lines, though, to get in, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Little tease on this. New CNN poll indicates who is it that self-described Democrats, you have to be a self-described Democrats, wants to lead their party because they believe this person best reflects the Democrat Party core values. Real big hits over the weekend, the Democrat brand.
The weirdest thing about me is that I don't sweat.
Yeah. The party approval, record low, positive, only 27%. I know, how do they have 27%? They're caught between two different things. One, they reflexively, their base wants them just to oppose Trump on anything. Whether he's right, whether the country's behind him, which they are on most of these things. And on the other hand, they don't want them to be supportive of these things. So they don't know what to do. They want to fiercely challenge. And at the same time, they recognize the country's not buying it. The country's not supportive of the things they're challenging on or the manner in which they're challenging. So self-described Democrats say the person that most reflects, and they may be right about this, of where they are, how bad it is AOC. Yep, that she finally has arrived at the top. Look, she is in her own way a compelling figure on their side versus Chuck Schumer. You could see that. She's a leader of the squad and has been for a while. But it's come to this. Self-described Democrats say AOC is the one that reflects the core values of the Democrat Party. The first core value is to oppose Trump in anything that he does. We have a tell on another core value. Do not give in on the trans issue, no matter how bad it gets. Just don't give in on it. Fight to the death over it. That's what we want you to do. She's in that camp. Fight to the death. I'm going to play you some sound over the weekend of MSNBC wanting to know, and this is an example where the Democrat brand is, what they want them to do. Are they going to fight Trump's internment policies? Bringing up the Japanese. Now, we all know who did that. Who is it that put Japanese Americans in vast internment camps? Somewhat Italians in places in New Jersey, for example. Well, it was FDR, the all-time Democrat, arguably. More than arguably. He is. He is the all-time face of the Democrat Party. He's the one that did it. So this is cut 16. This is MSNBC's host Menendez to Jeffries, who's the head of the party on paper, at least in Congress, asking, what are you going to do about these Venezuelan and what's happening? And then I'm going to tell you what the Trump people are saying to the courts that is correct. John Yoo, big-time attorney. Trump, Bush years, native Philadelphian. He'll be here on Wednesday. And we got a lot to, go through with him because he's dealt with courts in this manner. And I think I know what he's going to say, but I'll say it in a minute. Listen to this angle now. These are like the Japanese internment camps.
Peter Jeffries, President Trump just invoked the Alien Enemies Act to target Venezuelan nationals. We haven't seen this law be used to target a single ethnicity since the Japanese internment. What are you going to do to prevent the next Japanese internment and protect Venezuelans who call this country home?
Listen, we have a broken immigration system. We've got to fix it. We've got to fix it in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. And all of us within the Democratic Party, we oppose illegal immigration. We believe that if you're a violent felon, you should be deported.
No, you don't.
But we also can't go down this road that the Trump administration is taking us on and potentially deport American citizens, deport legal and lawful permanent residents, and break up law-abiding immigrant families who are contributing to this country. This particular law has only been invoked 3 different times in our nation's almost 250-year history. The War of 1812, World War I, and World War II. There's a reason why it's been limited in its application. Those circumstances do not appear to exist right now, and that's the reason why a court has halted the Trump administration's actions, and we're going to stand strongly in support of the rule of law and its application, which the Trump administration appears to be violating in this particular instance.
That's not going to be good enough for them. They want to hear about Japanese internment camps. So these vicious Venezuelan gangs, here's the point. We went through this before. One federal judge, say here in Philadelphia, is not a co-equal branch with the presidency and the Congress. It's the Supreme Court that is the co-equal branch. So in this case, they were flying the weekly flyover of these Venezuelan gangs. Remember Martha Raddatz? Only one housing complex, only one, J.D. Vance. They were flying them back to Venezuela. Instead, they were over international waters. They took them to the prison in El Salvador, which is probably as bad as Alcatraz or a lot worse, it looks like to me. And that's where this is going to end up, and the American people are supportive of this. We're not going to have one federal judge ruling for the country. The Supreme Court has to wake up, work harder, jump into disputes like this so that America can know where the Supreme Court stands. rather than allowing these things to play out forever and causing chaos and misinformation. They ought to be involved in this right now. And it's this principle that we've gotten to. They're going to run out the clock. They'll have one federal judge after another, time it out to try to block Trump on something like this. And then we'll look up in 4 years, we'll have expired and we started all over again. This is what they're into. They are not co-equal branches of government. Their jurisdiction is the jurisdiction, the region they're in. You can make a case for that. But nationally, one judge can block a duly elected president and Congress acting on this. By the way, over the weekend, the story that intrigues me the most is did Colombia shield people like Mahmoud and others that were here illegally, or even if they had a green card, were acting in the manner that we've been teasing out as far as these protests, blockades, vandalism, taking over buildings? So apparently they're on that. The Justice Department, the president's former attorney in the New York case is Todd Blanche, over the weekend said, yeah, they are investigating Colombia to see if they're hiding people that were here illegally and people involved in these things, overstaying visas here illegally, etc. Colombia's got to be whacked again. I guess $400 million was not enough. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Now, great news economically, if we're using the egg as the metric. Eggs on January 21st, by and large, were $6.55 a dozen. Today, across the country, several news organizations reporting the over and under is $3.45 a dozen. That's a net drop of 47%. Now, Charlie Gasparino, we love the guy from Fox News, Fox Business, market guy, will be here. This is all good news. You can see the things that are going on here that are moving the country forward. How about the tariffs? I'll ask him about that, though. Does he think they're going to be imminently gone, or are we going to go through this for a while longer? He'll be here at 12:30. Scott Presler, of course, every Monday, and we'll talk to Ryan Boyer, the head of the building trades. You know, it's so unusual to see them out there in front with Judge Dugan against Larry Krasner. They're a powerhouse in Philadelphia. You saw what happened with the new arena, how that worked out. They drove it. But is Krasner still that difficult to beat? Based on what? What's the secret of Larry Krasner? You know, I've given you my theories. I think they're pretty accurate. And I understand why it's so difficult to beat this guy. All right, first, though, side question today. I've never done this one before, strangely. St. Patrick's Day. Hit us with that all-time Patrick, any form of it. You know, I don't know, a foreign language form of it. You might have one. I'm going to take off the board my all-time favorite, and I have the whole quote. I don't like just the quote out of context that he's credited with, because what he says before is just as important. And that is Patrick Henry. He just didn't blurt out, give me a liberty, or give me death, give me another drink. He said, I know not what course others might take. But as for me, that's the buildup to this that gets me. Give me liberty or give me death.
Would have loved to be in the room for that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was with the Virginia militia as they were deciding the vote, whether they're going to go to war or not. I think in New England they already had, but here they needed some prodding. And that's when he said it. And that whole course of it, you're right. That's one I wish I were in the room to hear the quote, to see the reaction of people. All right, this could be real or fictional. I have a couple real ones. I'll save them. Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, so I'll take one fictional and one real. The fictional one I'm going to take. Everyone knows who lives in a pineapple under the sea.
Right.
But do you know who lives under a rock 2 doors down? It would be SpongeBob SquarePants' best friend, Patrick Star.
Hey!
Okay, all right. Take that one off the board.
Don't know if there's ever been an answer of a SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's right. Never.
I think I've used it once or twice before, maybe.
Okay.
But then the other one I'm going to take in honor of March Madness, let's honor a woman named Pat. The late, great Pat Summitt, head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers, who at the time of her retirement had the most wins in college basketball with 1,098.
She's the best female coach ever. She would take apart some of these others, really.
Well, I
as far
like
as
how
the
you couch
intensity
that
is.
because I got a question.
Yes.
You're taking Summit or Gino Auriemma? Who you taking?
Summit, better coach.
Yeah, because if Summitt was still alive, she'd still be coaching. It's that simple, and she'd definitely have more wins than
Yeah, I think more intense too. The other guy's
Absolutely.
good,
Oh,
and he
Gino's
recruits
great,
well.
local guy.
But Pat Summitt is it's like Bobby Knight, not as brutal, but Bobby Knight, that type of thing. Dan.
I'm going to take one off the board, Dom. I had to strap this one down on my back porch last night because the wind was so strong. And this is coming from somebody else just because I thought it was a great answer. But how about Patty O'Furniture?
Yes, that was Marcus Aurelius, right? Yes.
That was where I was going there with that one, Henry.
That was a great one on Friday.
What Patrick are you strapping down on your back porch?
Yeah, that's
that was
pretty
Marcus
nicely
Aurelius. Yes. So Patio Furniture going to take that one off the board. And how about Dom, the great from Star Trek, Patrick Stewart?
Yes, in Ranker, he was voted the most famous Patrick alive in the world
Really?
today. I kind of doubt that. I thought there were a lot of Patricks. I mean, not that he's maybe top 50, but that's the most famous Patrick alive. Wow.
He has such a internet culture behind him that I wonder if that's what's driving it.
All right, so it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Egg price is down quite a bit. That's one metric. And this polling indicates how much on the ropes Democrats are. What's their best strategy? Well, the person that fits the core values, I would agree, is AOC. But the core values are losers. They're not going to win with that. They got to hope that people turn on Trump in some way, shape, or form. But Trump is flooding the zone with so many things that people obviously want. How's that going to happen? What is it that would be the trigger? And there doesn't appear to be anything, and they're getting nervous about the midterms already. All right, 855-839-1210.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoyed it.
That's Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This March, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 SSV, just $43,999. Plus, upfit services are available for lights, sirens, plows, and more. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT, just $199 a month for 36 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Patrick, Patty, something like that, real or fictional. At the end of your call, hit us with that today. Get your name into the hat. Okay, I mentioned several things about the eggs and also about, the various measures that Americans are using to determine where Democrats and where Republicans are, including this new surge in which they're asking, how are you going to stop this Japanese internment? That's what's being done to Venezuelans. Now, obviously, this is ridiculous stuff, but that's where they're being pushed. And they sense that any number of things Trump is doing, he's checking boxes, he's moving forward on exactly what he promised and more. So how are you going to move forward on this? How are you going to attack this? Well, one of the angles of attack is to go after Elon Musk and Tesla. Wall Street Journal, big article over the weekend. When people say, why does Tesla pay no income tax in the United States? And the answer is, if that's fully true, Green New Deal. All these breaks under Biden, Obama, Green New Deal. That's all they're taking advantage of, not anything through Trump. And over the weekend, several people on the center left made several points about Tesla. I don't like the look of the cars. I don't see how it's worth it. Anybody has a Tesla, I'd love to hear from you. Where's the value there? I know they're well made. I know the engineering and all that. At the cost, et cetera, though, I'm just not there. Oh, someday I'm going to have a Tesla. There'd be any number of other cars that I would say, yeah, that's something to aspire to. But people do. Is it the green part of it? The Teslas that are here in America. Now, obviously, they make cars in other markets, China, I think Germany. But the Tesla that you would get here in America is American made. Check. It's green. It's an electric vehicle. It's highly engineered. Everybody agrees with those things. But I'm reading over the weekend this woman that heads up Tesla Takedown on the main line of all places. On the main line. Every weekend they show up at a dealer there, hundreds of them. And this weekend, I told you, over in Warminster, there'll be another protest. So are they really thinking they're going to, now the company has lost, and I'm going to ask Charlie Gasparino about that, how much of a hit has it taken, given all that's going on here? And are these people really that were going to buy a Tesla anyhow? I don't know who the Tesla, how they've sold so many cars, given the expense, given what I think is the inconvenience of the electric vehicle. Are these people with money? There's that many of them that are environmentally conscious, and that's why. But you have people on the left even destroying charging stations. They are crazed around Musk, maybe as much as Trump. It's gotten to that level. Right here in our area, it's a hotbed around us. So this polling that indicates where Democrats are, they want them to push back even harder against Trump. On what, though? What's the what that they want him to do that would push back on that? How would they align with that? That they think is going to win over other Americans. And that's very difficult. Do they want to stand still on the trans issue? Of course they do. Do it. I dare you. Continue to do it. Do they want them to stand with the guy at Columbia? Yes, they do. Do it. Now, you know your instinct. These are both. I mean, Scott Jennings is making a huge living pointing these out every night on CNN. All the angles, all the things that go into this. Do you really want to go down that path? So what's the vulnerability with Trump? Well, some of them think it's Elon Musk, the persona of Elon Musk. So we're going to bring Tesla down. All right, but that's not the politicians that are engaged in this. Where does the Democrat Party go? They're now starting to attack Fetterman. They're starting to go back. I saw over the weekend this guy, Bulwark. It's an anti-Trump derangement syndrome guy saying, don't trust Fetterman. He's as bad as Biden, meaning mentally disabled. They're not going to go anywhere near him. So where do they go? What's the vulnerability? And there's not too much out there right now that is vulnerable, that they can cash in on. So that means they're going to get more extreme. The cut I played you. Japanese internment camps, talking about these criminal gangs murdering Americans, taking over housing complexes. You're going to die on that hill and saying we're trying to deport everybody from Venezuela? Not going to work. All right, so 855-839-1210. You get a line right now. In fact, this is cut 17. Here is the NBC News poll talking about the large number of Americans. This is an all-time rating for Trump, who believe the country is on the right track.
First of all, the mood of the country. This really jumped out. We asked folks, is it on the right direction or the wrong direction? That 44%, you say right direction, that's up since November. And if that doesn't seem like a lot, the last time it cracked 40%, you got to go back to 2012. The last time it actually hit 44 or higher, January of 2004. So a lot of this is Republicans, but independents, that number is also up since the election on the direction of the country.
Okay, so, yeah, that's exactly right. This is the highest that Trump has had. What's fueling it? Well, any number of things that are so visible, so change-oriented, that people absolutely want. They're willing to overlook then things that they may not want. And the federal government and the slashing of the federal government is something they want. Now, is there damage here and there that you have to be concerned? Yeah. But as an overall concept, people are looking at this and saying at long last, it's being disrupted. They want disruption. Now, that doesn't mean that's going to stay there, but where do Democrats go? AOC in the poll is the one that reflects their core values. And what are their core values? I gave you two. Defend people like the guy at Columbia. Defend the nonsense around trans in women's sports. These are core values. These are things they're willing to duke it out over. Argue over illegal aliens from Venezuela that are gang members and whether we're doing that right. All right, let's take a couple on the Patrick Patty. We'll have Charlie Gasparino from Fox News, Fox Business News, coming up in a few minutes. Let's go to Chris in South Philly. Hey, Chris, happy St. Patrick's Day. What do you have today?
Hey, happy St. Patrick's Day. Good afternoon. As we know, always bad things happen in Philadelphia.
Okay.
So,
Chris, are you feeling it a little bit out there on St. Patrick's Day?
Patty's Pub from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, that's a great one.
You want a pub crawl, and this is a
Yeah, Chris,
stop
how
there,
you feeling?
Chris.
Are you out there enjoying the day?
Yeah,
What's going
you're
on
ready.
there?
That's very green of you, Chris.
No, I'm sitting in my bed drinking some whiskey right next to me. So.
All right, that's a good way to
That's
listen
kinda
to the show.
depressing,
I've never
Chris,
had
get
that.
out to a bar, man. Come on. There's other people drinking today.
It's fine in your bed because you can't hear the radio there. Just, whatever brew you're doing on St. Patrick's Day. It's only 12:26 and change, but somewhere it's 5 o'clock in the Western world.
It's accepted today.
Yeah, that's right. Now, how big of a holiday is this? Is over under of people off? People are not off today. I know.
I have a friend who's essentially taking off.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I'm sure
but
there's
he's
a 10%
He's literally
drop
like
off.
half Irish. Like his dad's from Ireland,
Of
so
course,
he celebrates
everybody
this
is,
very
yes.
hard.
Yeah, everyone's half Irish. on St.
See, the
Patrick's.
half Irish thing is fine with me. It's the people that try to claim 10% Native American on top of it. I'm Irish. I'm Native American. These
One
exotic.
1,024th?
Yes. Or like Elizabeth Warren. She's probably got a 100th of a 100th. You know, Elizabeth Warren was running for president, did the DNA test. It was under 1% Native American, if that. Under, clearly. She said it. And yet she still continued to run after it.
Yeah, it was 1,024.
Yes, which then we saw the figures of how many Americans could claim that too. I would have said, look, you better not take that test. This isn't going to be good. And yet, still plunging right ahead. All right, Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, happy St. Patrick's Day, Dom.
Thank you, Joe.
And that wonderful saint was, in fact, Italian. We got to keep that in mind.
Nicely played. That's right.
Dom, this enablement that's been going on, that's resulted in all these judicial overreaches, is ridiculous. That's the chaos that's been created. And it is willful. It is willful.
Well, it is. And the way to straighten this out is to say these courts don't have dominion over the whole country. Only the Supreme Court does. The Inquirer, I'll spare them any research. Just do that. Joe, what do you have today?
Well, my guy, and I never knew who he was. I knew he was always embossed when I was a kid on the bottom of my Hot Wheels. And then I saw him on a cartoon on Saturday mornings at Henry, refreshed my memory, the Wacky Races, where you had Penelope Pitstop and you had Dick Dastardly and you had Professor Pat Pending. And then when you get older, you realize that protected our proprietary rights. I always thought it was a guy. I didn't know it was it was a protectionary facet.
Gotcha. That's a good one. That's a good pat. All right, 855-839-1210. Charlie Gasparino next from Wall Street and Fox. Hey, looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of this special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and right now and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Weather is sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Drier conditions return to the Delaware Valley today. We'll see some sunshine. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 60 degrees. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy with a low 36. And a very nice day shaping up on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine and milder with a high 64.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. One of our all-time favorites. It's been a while from Fox News and Fox Business News and Wall Street. and physical pull-up exercises. I never forget how many he does. Joining us on St. Patrick's Day, Charlie Gasparino. Charlie, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Did you know that St. Patrick was Italian?
Yes, we did. A guy before you just called. No surprise that Gasparino. Charlie, I went to a high school where on St. Patrick's Day, there was a guy with a long last name, a counselor, and also Italian kids. It was Irish and Italian. Rough, Grays Ferry, Philadelphia, kind of a mix. They would all dress in black, like we were the mob suddenly on St. Patrick's Day. And the teacher did it too. God.
Well, as I told my friend's father, Sean O'Malley, back in the day, when I told him that, Ed O'Malley, Sean was my friend. I said, Ed, St. Patrick was Italian. And he said, well, only an Italian can throw snakes out of a country.
Well, Charlie, exciting time to be Fox Business, Wall Street, and the like. We see egg prices down tremendously. You think for
they
consumers,
stopped killing the chickens, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think for consumers now that takes away a metric that was difficult for Trump and the Trump administration?
Well, I mean, yes, in some ways, but it wasn't his fault. And I mean, it was kind of a popular metric only because it was eggs and everybody eats eggs. But, this trade war stuff, this tariff back and forth, if it does, if they do what they say they want to do, they're kind of all over the place. It's going to have some impact on prices. There's no doubt. And it's going to be more than just eggs. What I can't figure out with the Trump administration is until like very recently, I really thought that tariffs was a means to achieve a goal, get them, meaning the trading partner, to lower their tariffs so we can get them all down to zero. But they kind of, they kind of speak out of both sides of their mouth on this. It's like I hear Howard Lutnick on Fox the other day with my good friend Martha McCallan, who asked like great questions. Martha's not exactly a business reporter, but she asked like the best questions. Where are you going with this? And do you really think that tariffs can increase economic growth? And he said yes. Now, I just don't get that. I mean, he thinks we can help plug the budget deficit by putting on tariffs. I mean, yeah, you get some money from tariffs, but then they reciprocate with tariffs and they take some money away. I mean, it's a zero-sum game at some point. So I'm not sure where the Trump administration is going with all these tariffs. I think, the evidence is that there's a lot of bluster here, though, and not a lot of tariffing, right? And I think that's why the markets are kind of stabilizing the last couple of days. They're kind of getting the feeling that, Trump, the administration might be putting out mixed signals about tariffs. Some, like Scott Bessent, said we want zero tariffs because that's why we're doing this, to equalize the playing field. And then Lutnick comes out and says, oh, no, we can grow the economy through tariffs. But when it really comes down to it, Trump is kind of like, he's using it to achieve a goal. And once the goal is met, he backs away. And I think that's why the markets are. What are they doing now? They were up at the open.
They're up a little bit. So you're not buying that. Look, I was on the show and didn't have a chance, and I'm not a business reporter. I would have jumped into the ring. The two hosts, I don't want to say the chat wasn't Fox, were just cavalierly saying, well, this is just a correction. Nothing to see here and all. And I'm looking at 401k. I look twice a day. I don't know about you. And I'm saying to myself, I don't think this is a correction. I think this is a force, to your point, of what's going on here. Will these countries capitulate? But in the short term, there's going to be some economic pain.
Yeah, I mean, short term, definitely. I mean, listen, if this is just a way to get them to do what we want in terms of lowering their tariffs, I think the markets adjust to that. I mean, overall, the economy is pretty strong. You still have corporate, and you look at corporate profits, and that's the mother's milk of the markets. They're still pretty good. We don't have a banking crisis. Our banks are strong, so they can lend money. We have a federal government that is in utter disarray with, the gazillions of debt, which needs to be addressed. And that's kind of an issue that the Trump people are taking on. And DOGE isn't the cure-all, but it's a great step in that direction. So, I think there's a lot of positives here that are getting outweighed by the debate over tariffs and whether it's the Howard Lutnick tariff theory or the Scott Bessent tariff theory. And there's by the way, there's material differences between the two. If you really believe that tariffs are going to plug the budget deficit and bring up economic growth because it's going to shift all the jobs here, well then, there's going to be, that's one regime. That's a very strong, heavy-handed tariff regime. But if you believe that we're doing these things because we want them to, because trading partners will reciprocate to that, and it's going to be a massive transition. But if you believe that this is a means to an end, get everybody lower their tariffs, which I think the markets are starting to believe right now, this is transitory, as they say.
Right.
I know they said that with inflation, but it wasn't.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Look,
here.
I don't know either one of these guys, but I'll tell you from where I sit, just the eye test of this. The Secretary of Treasury, I think, is solid. The other guy, less would be more with the Lutnick guy. Every time he's out there, he's a guy, he's only the Commerce Secretary, Charlie, it seems to me, and he thought he was going to be higher, maybe the Treasury Secretary.
Oh, yeah, no, there was a battle for Treasury Secretary.
Right, and he's out there
saying
saying stuff that I think Trump deep down would cringe at. I don't think Trump's gone that far on this stuff, ultimately.
He hasn't, not rhetorically, and certainly not in practice because he's pulled back.
Right. Right.
So maybe it's just Howard, freelancing and kissing up to Trump because he wants to be Treasury Secretary in 2 years when Bessent's sick of it. I have no idea. I mean, I've known Howard for a long time. I personally like him. He's a tough Wall Street guy. I don't know Bessent. I know him by reputation. And he's a very, very smart guy.
Yes.
He understands capital markets. He understands trade. He's got the whole thing. And Howard created a really good firm from, that was blown up. I mean, these are both, really smart, intense people. But if you're talking economics, high-level economics, I mean, you got to go with Bessent over Howard. It's dollars to donuts there.
Wanted to ask you, too, how severe are things hitting Tesla, and is it the type of thing where Elon Musk is going to have to pay more attention to the company, or are these things just the left wishing that they're damaging him that much?
Well, I mean, I've written about this, that it's not the left at this point, but early on in his Doge thing, I followed the Tesla. I noticed Tesla shares trading off, and I talked to some big shareholders, and they wanted him to spend more time with the company. And I did a story in the Post about it. I reported on Fox. This has taken a little different turn now. It's since he's become so political and polarizingly political. A lot of the people in his core, the core Tesla, audience would be, left of center. They're starting to take it out on him. I don't know. Here's the thing. Elon's got a lot of money to burn, number one. Okay, we should point that out. Tesla stock is still doing very well. I mean, it's off its highs, obviously, but it's still, I mean, if you look at a long-term chart, it's done great over the last 5 years. The other thing is that the company itself, just from a pure P&L standpoint, has always been a little wonky, right? It's always traded much higher than, look at its price-earnings ratio. You'll see it's pretty big. You would say it's trading well beyond its earnings. So maybe this is a reason to take some profits on the stock right now because you have all these political issues. Tesla always traded to me as if it was Amazon. There was a point in time when Amazon traded well above how much money it was making because it was the promise that it was going to be this supermarket for all things, and it did happen. So people who bet that made a lot of money. And I always thought Tesla was trading the same way. And if you're going to have a stock like that, it's always going to be volatile. I wonder if Elon cares, though. I mean, he is a guy at just another level, and he seems to enjoy some of this stuff. Just to be honest with you.
Well, that plays right into. I was going to ask you. I have never met him. I've done a thing in the Oval Office with the president. When people say, "Well, why would you do this? Look at what you're giving up." When you get to that level. and you've seen this, people have all the money in the world. What's next? Well, power. There's nothing better than being president. But if you can't do that, if you're coming in and disrupting the federal government in this manner, it's unparalleled. That's got to be exciting, at least for a while.
Yeah, and it's not for nothing, but it's necessary, right? I mean, what was the one thing? If people who run businesses, and people who actually run businesses, when they look at the federal government and how it's run and what we spend money on, they go nuts. And that's kind of what he's doing. I mean, he would never allow this type of spending and this type of waste at Tesla or Twitter. Remember, he came in, he just fired 90% of the staff because they didn't need him. They had so many people there working. So, you know, what he's doing is necessary. And to be honest, you know, I know people that banked him, like were close to him. They called him crazy Elon, and, you know, not for nothing. He is a little out there. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't think he cares. I think he's just going to keep doing this.
All right. So
I think we should be glad. We should be thankful that he's doing it.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Charlie, where do we find you? What's the best way? New York Post, I read you whenever you're there. Where else on a regular basis?
I'm on X. I post a lot on X, just, you know, musings and thoughts and scoops. I'm on Fox Business. I'm on Fox News. I'll be on at 3:50 today in Fox Business. I'm on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn. I write books, as you know. Go Woke, Go Broke, the inside story of the radicalization of corporate America. You can buy it on Amazon. So I try to be everywhere, even here in Philly.
You are. Well, Charlie, thank you. Always love having you on the show. Happy St. Patrick's Day, particularly given St. Patrick's lineage, as you mentioned.
Yes. I'm eating the pizza right now.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie Gasparino here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, that's a pretty good encapsulation of where all this big stuff stands. By the way, of course, it's becoming more apparent that Elon Musk was able to reach the space crew, and I think the splashdown is tomorrow, and yet Joe Biden could not with all the resources of the federal government. Could it be he would have had to turn to Elon Musk to do something like this? Didn't want to do that, so let them stay up there. I mean, it's pretty apparent. That would have been negative during the campaign, any point around there before that or whatever. Amazing. Tomorrow, the splashdown. And again, just another example of what Musk brings to the table. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with a Patty Patrick right here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You know, it's said you don't just visit Italy, at Sicily. When you go to Sicily, you will fall head over heels in love with it. Reason, crossroads of civilization. You know, when this was proposed to Ro and me, I said, wow, this is different. We love Italy, and there's part of this in Italy. But Sicily, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. Then you have the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily, and of course, Calabria this fall. When you head to Europe, there's only one group to go with, whether it's Italy or any place else. You know our buddies over at Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. You've heard me talk about it, Dawn, when she's been there. It's amazing what they put on. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. One phone number. Call them toll-free right now. They'll give you all the details that you want. Get your gang together. It's happening now. 888-733-9494. Or go to conservativetours.com. We've kidded about it. It is truly amazing, though. Walking in the footsteps, the Godfather Tour. Visit the locales from all the films. The crown jewel of Italy has to be Taormina. So I'll see you there. I'll see you at the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I will see you in Savoca, but do call now to make that happen. 888-733-9494.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, Give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in. Pat, Patty, Patrick, hit us with one of those real or fictional. Get your name into the hat. All right, you heard Charlie Gasparino. That was pretty good insight into what's happening where Trump is. I'm just wary of this Lutnick guy every time I see him. Seems to be jumping ahead of everybody else here, and every time he speaks, we see more problems. The markets are starting to stabilize, at least the last couple of days, though. That's good. All right, we have that going on. At 1 o'clock, we're going to talk with John Toomey, the dad of Sean Toomey, 15-year-old killed. Remember that story in Mayfair? The height of Larry Krasner letting people loose, etc. So much so that Mayfair turned out by the hundreds, if not 1,000, to support. And still, we don't have the trial. Today was supposed to be the starter, but we're a little unclear on that. Just another example of the damage that this guy has caused. Let's go to Dennis in Brigantine. Dennis is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dennis. Afternoon. Hi.
Dom, my couple of opinions are the number one law for being liberal is anti-patriotism. One of the most disgusting displays of anti-patriotism was the lapel pin that Kamala Harris used to wear. I don't care what the memento meant to her. Mm-hmm. She was out there promoting America. That was the most disgusting lapel pin I've ever seen. Indoctrination is a real problem in this country through the school systems. Radnor Township High School keeps coming up as number one. Remember, they were the Raiders, which was extremely popular. That school system there, that school board took away the radar and replaced it with the Raider and replaced it with something else. Indoctrination. There's no reason to remove a symbol like that other than indoctrination. How Radnor keeps coming up as number one is unbelievable to me. But you have to follow the money too, Dom, in everything. Hillary Clinton went from Arkansas to New York State Senator, United States Senator. She's a carpetbagger. She went strictly for the money. I am so excited that Trump is involved. Could you imagine where our minds would be today if Kamala Harris and Waltz was in the White House today?
Yeah,
it would just be turmoil to no end.
The contrast is startling. It would be worse than the Biden years. Dennis, who's your Pat?
How about, I'm not sure if it was my friend Pat or our friend Pat from Saturday Night Live.
Ah, that's right. Yes, I have to look that up, which one it was. Great character from Saturday Night Live. Okay, we're going to talk with John Toomey. And we have another example where Democrats still are not getting it. Now it's this Rhode Island doctor, or this doctor trying to come into the country on a visa with all these sympathetic photos, etc., of Hamas in her cell phone, and she has now been sent back to Lebanon. In other words, you're not even here yet. When you're coming in the visa, we're going to be apprehensive if you're a big fan of Hamas. We don't need you in this country. You want to die on that hill, Democrats? Apparently they do. How dare you? Why can't you be a fan? And this is not just any day. This is post-October 7th. Do we need people coming into the country on a visa, which is up to us, that are supporters, sympathetic to, glorying Hamas? No, I don't think we do. And we're going to figure out a way to keep them out of the country. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Want to die on that hill? All right, we'll talk with John Toomey coming up. And, oh, man, Henry and Dan, start practicing the Palmer method. Pennsylvania, I get, but New Jersey now, and these are Democrats, they believe kids ought to be taught cursive in schools. And guess who's against it? The NEA and the NJEA. Can you imagine these people? Would it kill you to let them be able to write their own name? Well, it's technology today. They're not going to. What in the world is going on? We don't have any time. You know what? Make time. And if your kid wants to print and be a moron, continue to do it. Sorry about that. That's what it comes down to.
It's not like we're spending extensive hours on cursive every day.
Yeah.
It was like the first 15, 20 minutes of every day.
Exactly. It could be 5 minutes, and your handwriting could be as bad as mine.
Yeah, mine's terrible.
I wish we could put that up on YouTube. If captured, you would never be able to figure out what I'm saying. I might not either. All right, 855-839-1210. Big 1 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I started with Crash Proof in 2024. The tariffs, they're very, very scary right now. They're on again, they're off again. The stock market's reacting to them. We might even go into a recession. It's going to be a rough year for everyone, except the people that are invested in Crash Proof retirement. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20%. And one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. With this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I haven't lost anything. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later, because you're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market, in my opinion.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Got a great side question going on today. Momentarily, I think the trial was supposed to start today. Our buddy Anne-Marie Muldoon told us that the trial for the alleged killers of then 15-year-old Sean Toomey in Mayfair that made a lot of news. Family was shopping. He went out to bring the water in after everything else was brought in, and they killed him right there. And this has gone on for 3 years or so under Larry Krasner. So we'll bring you an update with Mr. Toomey, John Toomey. Now, you can imagine the devastation of the family. There was a big event in Mayfair around this. If you can bring up, Henry, it's better if you bring them up, please, here, so we don't drop anything. Anne-Marie Muldoon with us, and also Mr. Toomey, John Toomey, with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mr. Toomey, John, welcome back. Thanks for joining us on what is a difficult day, but how are you feeling as far as finally getting to a trial, John?
Hi, Dan. Thanks again for having me on your show. It's a little hard to describe. You know, it's if we were in Texas, and basically I want these individuals wiped off the face of the earth. While we're in Philly, they'll hopefully this DA, and I've talked to the assistant. I just hopefully they're not just going to get a slap on the wrist and wear an ankle monitor. But it's I miss my kid every day, especially when I get up, I come out in the hallway, I see a picture of him, big smiling face, or I can just be going down the highway, and it just comes to my mind, and I got to pull over for a couple minutes and compose myself. But again, I got to be there for my daughter. So now she's lost her brother and her two grandparents, all in a close, and she's going to school now. She actually wants to be a profiler, either for the FBI or the CIA. She told me.
So, John, let me ask a couple of questions. John Toomey with us. John, is the trial started, or is it being on delay again because of some shenanigan here? It's what, 2 years, 3 years into this?
It's actually, again, very ironic. The 24th of this month will be 1 year. Now, it was scheduled for the 17th. The DA called me, or the assistant DA called me yesterday or 2 days ago, and said that the defense wanted more time. Now, I don't know what they're going to do, and it's scheduled for approximately a week from now. I haven't been given an actual date.
Okay.
But I don't know what a week's going to do for these individuals. But that's the status where so it's approximately a week from. So I guess it'd be the 24th, which, if again we're being more ironic, that's the day my son was shot.
Wow.
A lot of irony.
And John, do they tell you what the DA's office? We know that Krasner never seeks the death penalty, right? Do they tell you what they would see as the parameters? It ought to be at least life imprisonment.
We're looking at it's second-degree murder. They're looking at 30 to 40 years.
How is it second-degree murder where they killed him in cold blood as he's bringing him water?
I don't know. I assume when first degree is when you, like, if I see this individual, I don't like them, I plan it out. I think that's first degree. Second degree is in the heat of the moment. Like, maybe we get into a fight and a gun comes out. And third degree is allegedly by accident. They're not going with third degree. Again, I don't know what the defense's position is going to be. The DA told me that, and it seems a little bizarre that they didn't do it, even though they got one of the friends that admits he was there. They first went. There was originally three of them. They're walking up Frankfurt Avenue. There's an ATM down the block. There's this woman using it, and they approach her to try to rob her. Now, once the individual saw that, one of the friends, he separated from them. And later on that night, they were all living in the same house, and they admitted to him that they killed my son. They thought it was. I don't know if you're familiar with the the computer game Grand Theft Auto.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I never played it. Allegedly, one of them thought it was really funny the sound my son made as he was screaming. That he sounded like one of these individuals from the game show. They thought that was really funny. Had a good laugh about that.
Yeah,
and that's the kind of
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
John,
go on.
again, that's the type of stuff I can't imagine for the family enduring this. Let's bring in Anne-Marie Muldoon with us here on Talk Radio 1210. So, Anne-Marie, you've been very helpful throughout this, the community, et cetera. Again, this seems like the DA's office is not exactly fired up as you and I are to see justice done here, and how this killing, along with all the others, but this killing exemplified how out of control Philadelphia has become.
You know, John, Dom, I'm sitting here listening to John and my heart's breaking. I think John misspoke because he's emotional. It's been 3 years.
That's what I thought, yeah.
3 years since the night that Sean left us. And he, as John said, the 24th he was shot and the family had to take him off of life support on the 25th. So his actual date of death is the 25th. But it is ironic that he may go next Monday on the 3-year anniversary of when these two kids killed his son. What gets me is how could it be second-degree murder when these kids had a gun and held a lady up at the ATM moments before they shot Sean?
Right, exactly. You don't have to stalk someone. You don't have to know them. In a nanosecond, all that you have to do is determine you're going to try to kill them. If you don't kill them, it's attempted murder. If you do kill them, it's first-degree murder. So if that's what comes up in court, again, Anne-Marie and listeners, it's the Krasner people, their attorneys in Krasner, doing anything they can to mitigate this rather than justice. I mean, that John Toomey and the family deserve, and that would be the death penalty. I don't care if they're 13, 14, or whatever. They deserve
they're adults now. They're adults at this time. They know what they did. And, you know, this killing literally changed the dynamic of Mayfair. Besides the COVID, besides, you know, the businesses changing during COVID, this killing changed the dynamic of Mayfair. We all now run to our cars. The people at Mayfair Pizza are more careful when they, you know, have customers coming in. Every pizza place on the avenue is petrified to just let somebody in to pick up a piece of pizza. It's crazy what this DA has done to our city. We can't live in fear. We should not be living in fear as we are since these incidences happened.
Absolutely. So, John, I do hope to attend as soon as you and Anne-Marie know the date. Would love to attend and see you and, again, support and then report back to listeners what's going on here. I know it's up in the air. And finally, hopefully, you're going to get some form of justice.
Excuse me, Dom. Can we clarify, has a jury been selected yet for this trial or not?
John?
I do not believe it has been. That's one of the things that the DA said to me. He gave, like, on such and such a date, they were going to, I don't know if it was the first day or the second day, that's when they actually choose the jury.
Okay. All right. Well, to be continued, John. You have our support and listeners, certainly. And Anne-Marie, be the conduit. Just let me know, and we'll be there.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, John.
Dom.
Thanks for coming on
Dom.
today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. God
You
bless.
are welcome. All right. There's Anne-Marie Muldoon, John Toomey, the dad. Handling it in the past, it's been very difficult, very emotional. Can you imagine dealing with this? And just reading between the lines, what I hear here is just the DA's office, Krasner at his worst. I don't care if they were 14 or 15 and they committed this. They deserve the death penalty. Well, we don't believe it. Okay, it's life imprisonment. That's it. Well, you know, they're throwing away the key. They're only 14 or 15. It's so tiresome. So tiresome to think. I can't even imagine as a dad. If you're a dad or mom, you can't even imagine this. And it doesn't have to happen. All right? We have an opportunity to finally rid us of Krasner. But in this case, just the system that has no sense of true justice here. True justice would be the death penalty. I will always be for the death penalty. I don't care if Pope Francis says you're out of the Catholic Church. I'm out then. I don't care who says it. There is no reason. And again, we're talking with all the guardrails involved here. They didn't do it. Nobody does anything in Philadelphia. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up, more of your calls, and hit us with an all-time pat. In addition to that, though, cursive in Pennsylvania, that's one thing. New Jersey, and they're Democrats. At least one was a major Democrat. They're moving forward with this. Who is it that would oppose kids learning how to write their own name and to be able to read cursive? Oh, the NEA. Oh, the NJEA. They have no time for it. This would be a waste of our precious time. You scoundrels. You outright scoundrels. Time wasting. You're the kings of it. Are you kidding me? How about having one less ethnic parade day? One less social justice day? One less holiday off with teachers going to Atlantic City? Just let the kid write his own name on that day. What would that do? They're never going to need to do that. Oh, really? 855-839-1210. I'll give you that next on Talk Radio 1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is this Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day this Friday on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork. At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Tom time, 855-839-1210, coming to your calls. I mentioned that the Inquirer's got a piece that these two, one at least, is Democrat McKnight. They have a big bill. They have a push to say, of course, you can work cursive into the curriculum. They cite a couple of school districts that do it. They want it to be a statewide thing, which I agree with. Cherry Hill, Burlington Township, Winslow, Chemung provide cursive instruction to elementary students because it was eliminated from the state's Common Core standards in 2010. It's unclear how many other New Jersey districts offer it. Indian Mills School, they show fourth graders begin the school year with cursive writing instruction twice a week, then shifted to independent learning later in the year. They used a program called Handwriting Without Tears to teach them basic strokes and how to connect letters. But critics in the National Education Association article on the Great Cursive Writing Debate say that times have changed, with more focus on technology, that incorporating cursive lessons would take, here, wait for it, NEA, valuable time from other subjects. They also contend that students would be better served by learning typing. Well, I just would ask, why in the world are these things not possible to incorporate all this? You know, and if we analyzed and you took a look at the average school day and the wastings of times, et cetera, and again, you know, this can be incorporated. It doesn't have to be like it was way back when.
When was the last time you wrote in cursive? Come on.
Constantly.
No, you don't. No, come on. Give me an example.
If you write a letter, if you sign your own name, I had to sign a document worth a lot of money in cursive.
Yeah,
of
you
course
can learn
do.
to sign a name. You can just chicken scratch the name at this point. Why do we need cursive?
No, have you signed checks? Of course, you have to do it in that manner. And again, I don't have to defend why you'd have to learn cursive. I would just, the only thing that I'd ask is, how big is the commitment to this of time? And the other, every study in the world indicates that if you read cursive, can read cursive better, and if you can write in cursive, then it adapts other intellectual skills. As a sidebar to this, yes, there should be, there's not enough time to do that, really?
Because I think about this. Like, they brought up the question of typing.
Right.
I remember I started cursive and typing in the third grade, and halfway through, not even halfway through the school year in third grade, we were done cursive because we had learned it.
Right.
But we typed the whole year.
Yeah.
And I can do both. Like, it's not like the end of the world.
Well, if they
typing was only once a week too.
Right. If they want to say, all right, 15 minutes a day, we're on such
and
a
that's
tight
all it
schedule.
was.
That's all you have to do. You know, to have some semblance of understanding this and organizing it. And again, this is Jersey pushing this now. And these are Democrats, which is surprising. But the time thing, this is an opportunity for somebody to take a look and go, wait a minute. All right, let's see what an average school day, what are the things that they're doing? Are those things the most important, and are they consuming too much time? Okay. How many holidays do you have? You want to cut back on this? How many various breaks for various things that seem to be, if you had time, it's extra? Are they that crammed? The reading and math scores don't seem to indicate that. What is this is more than just a time thing. The NEA doesn't like it because they think conservatives like cursive. I would admit they do. And they're thinking, why in the world would this not be something you could work in? Doesn't have to be the Palmer method every day of the week for weeks on end. It could be a very limited thing that moves kids forward. I just think it's the strangest thing in the world to see this. Now, if they say, well, we want kids to be engaged with technology, that's all fine too. But that emphasis versus reading and math, I don't understand then how we're that far behind. And we're going to continue to be behind. So let's see if in New Jersey, I'll be watching to see who comes out against this. And I think it'll be the usual people. And they'll say stupid stuff like time, which they really don't care about. Do you want to lengthen the school year? I really don't want to lengthen the school year. I just In fact, I might even shorten it because I don't want to punish kids over the summer. But I think a lot of parents would think, yeah, and then do some of it at home. Some of it could be done at home. You can practice at home. Is it that big of an intrusion? And are these kids that skilled in technology? Their math is not that good. Their reading is not that good. So suddenly they're going to be great. I don't see how they would be great with technology.
The whole
then.
technology thing, I think, is an asinine argument because they're going to use technology at home in their personal lives regardless, and they're going to learn that way.
Yeah.
So this whole idea that we need to teach technology, well, they're already going to pretty much learn that no matter what.
Well, yeah, it's a subterfuge because if you can't teach math and reading or kids and their parents don't want to insist on it, what do? Say, but we're broadening technology. How are you going to do that if you don't have the basics of reading and math that are skillful enough? Is it some secret formula in the computer that you're going to divine? No, you're just not going to know too much. That's all it is. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is push pound 1210. So is this an overly burdensome thing that just conservatives like? The other point, too, and again, I'm not going to strain on this, but if you can't read the founding documents, which are in cursive, is it the same thing as reading them in some kind of printed form? I think it loses something. Well, they don't really matter. Okay, just say it. Just say they don't matter. I don't care about the founding documents, NEA, right? The NEA doesn't care about any of this. The NEA is out of control. We played you the Betsy woman or Becky Pringle, the potato chip woman going off here, and they should have committed her when she was here in Philadelphia. You know about Randy Weingarten. They care about what they care about, which is the power of the union. That's the number one thing that they care about. And the drift toward progressivism, toward leftism. And they've identified handwriting as one of these conservative nut job things that they don't want in the schools. And so far, they've been sort of successful. 23 states apparently demand that you teach cursive in some way, shape, or form. 23 states. That's what we're up to. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Let's go to Chris in Westchester. And Chris, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, Dom. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Chris.
I would like to nominate the man who came up with "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death," Patrick Henry.
Yeah, already taken off the board, though. That was my first one. Chris, do you have another?
How about Mike Patrick? He was an American football player and punter.
Okay, we'll take that. Thank you, Chris, very much. Yeah, Patrick Henry was our first. All right, we'll get you in on that. You're going to hit us with your all-time Patrick here. By the way, Fox News over the weekend, there was a lot of back and forth. And I guess Fox News has to be devil's advocate a bit. They had Senator Bernie Moreno on from Ohio trying to justify should Trump had the Teslas in front of the White House. All right, again, straining for the big deal on this. I don't think it was effective for Elon Musk, that display. Yeah, how many Teslas are going to sell that way? We had Charlie Gasparino on, and he thought it was a bit overblown how bad it is for Tesla at this point. But this has become the focal point. They see Musk as an easier target to go after than Trump. And again, these are made in America vehicles. And I'm being bluntly honest. I don't like the look of them at all, particularly the trucks. I think they're ugly. I mean, it's not for me. If it's for you, knock yourself out. But it's American-made, highly engineered, creates jobs here, and is environmentally sensitive. So shouldn't this be something you back, even if you don't like what Musk is doing with the federal government? And the answer is no, we're going to take Musk down. We're going to get Musk off this. And I'm thinking, and is this heresy? Let's say Elon Musk got tired of doing Doge. All right? I would argue I can think of much more effective people to do it because they're not as well known, because they understand a little bit more what's going on here with the federal government. So if Elon Musk said, yeah, I've done enough in this, okay. You mean to say we couldn't get teams of people to come in there, go after this, incredibly methodically, push back on these rearguard actions? So if Musk isn't heading it up, are we losing anything really here with the drive to do this? I don't think so. I think we might even do better. Then what would the complaint be? Still the same complaint. They don't want the federal government to be cut no matter what. Over the weekend, too, trying to die on the hill of deporting vicious criminals, first to Venezuela, but they ended up in El Salvador. And I mentioned, and I want to talk about this one. So they intercepted at the airport in Boston this female doctor who's a big fan of Hamas coming into the country on visa. And Homan and others making the point, yo, you're coming into the country. It's our dictate. You're a visitor. You're a guest. Why are we bringing someone into the country? In other words, we're trying to say, if you are a supporter of Hamas, we're not going to let you hide behind the First Amendment. This is out of bounds. These animals are out of bounds. And if you're not an American citizen, we are going to block you or deport you. You put it to the American people in that way. You don't think this is an 85 or 80-20 issue of people saying, yeah, that's right. You're not coming into this country. You're not staying here on green cards or visas or anything else. If we know this and you're blatant enough about it, you're out of here. This is out of bounds. They're terrorist organization by statute. They're terrorist. The brutality of October 7th. Oh, I can't be supportive for that? What about the other side? What's the other side there? Tell us the other side. The Democrats really want to fight this. Some of them do. They're fighting over this doctor now, and the notion that somehow or another she's a doctor. Imagine being treated by a woman carrying all these homages to Hamas. Would you go to that doctor? No, I don't think you would. All right, phone calls on that at 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. And the big legal battle, the Supreme Court should short-circuit these things. They got to jump in here. The issue's ripe. You have a bunch of federal judges trying to run the country. Step in and rule. Do they have grounds for these deportations and these blocks coming into the country? I think they do. I think they'd win on the Supreme Court 6-3 or at least 5-4. Jump in there, get some of these cases. Let's move forward on it. Let's not continue this forever. This is an opportunity for the Supreme Court to give clarity to this. And if they say you can't, well, then that's going to be a different story. 855-839-1210. Hey, I said before many times, when thinking about where we're going to go next with Roe, Sicily, that is incredibly exotic. The White Lotus, I think it was the last year on HBO or last number of years, did their whole series there, and there's a reason for that. This is the ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they've all left their cultural mark. Join me, Ro, you, your group, for the sun, the sea, the sand, and the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'll be headed to Europe again with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours. Think of that name. They know their clients, us. People told me in the last trip to Italy, it was so nice to be able to talk to people and not feel you were going to be canceled if you said whatever the political thing was. It's that sort of atmosphere. All this, $55.44, including airfare, the dining events, spectacular, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. It's all there. And the Godfather Tour. That's right. We visit locales from all three movies. Call them at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, is Taormina. We'll be there, of course, Mount Etna, This is Sicily. It's ancient, it's charming, it's picturesque, and it's a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca, but only if you contact Conservative Tours. Toll free right now. They'll give you all the info you need. 888-733-9494.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
Drier conditions return to the Delaware Valley today. We'll see some sunshine. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 60 degrees. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy with a low 36. And a very nice day shaping up on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine and milder with a high 64.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process.
An old law? Not as old as the Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
But some would say this is...
How many more times do you plan on...
Nice line by Homer there, who over the weekend was dusting off the Pope again. And yeah, well, this law is ancient. Why are we going with this law? All right. They want to die on this hill. This is another big... by the way, the French upset at least one French politician wants the Statue of Liberty back. And Caroline Levitt, I think it was moments ago, on the press conference of the day said, well, the French are lucky they'd be speaking German today if not for us.
Oh.
And I remember Tom Marr, who went to Normandy, and maybe one other host over the years, talking about when you see those white crosses en masse, the Americans who died storming Omaha Beach and liberating France, that France has to walk very lightly. This guy's a socialist. Oh, this is the Caroline Levitt?
Right. Different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country.
Yeah, when the Europeans play this type of stuff, particularly France, there is a debt there that is huge. World War I and then World War II, more certainly. And when you've seen it in films, Saving Private Ryan was on again over the weekend. When you see those white crosses there, you have a sense of the loss, the cost, etc. So, I think it's a fine pushback on taking away the Statue of Liberty. That's where we are. We are not going to be in a country where people that don't want to be here, they want to be here in order to erode America. That's what this Mahmoud guy at Columbia and these others want to do. They hate it. Why come here then? Because they want to erode it. This guy wants to destroy Western civilization. I would just say to any politician, feel free to mention what's his view on women. People espousing the Hamas, not exactly the now National Organization of Women position, I would think, by these killers. They want to come here. Now we have blocked this doctor coming to the country, and she was sent back to Lebanon. Absolutely. Cell phone and other things taken, coming here on a visa. Big fan of Hamas. Right there. That's it. This is not untrammeled. It's not like being an American citizen. You want to come here, you are going to be scrutinized. That's what a visa is all about. In the past, it wasn't. It was, we'll tell you what we want to do. We want to come here. The one woman at Columbia overstaying her visa. Columbia now being looked at by the Department of Justice. Did they aid and abet students that were here illegally among these others?
I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is refreshing to see this play out. The Democrat reaction to it, by any number of them, is to fight on this, to fight on the Venezuelan gangs. Again, this isn't even an 80-20. You can say all that you want. What about freedom of speech, Statue of Liberty, the French, the world? We're sending a message here. We're not going to have people here trying to erode this country and or aid and abet those who want to kill us. We're going to try as best we can to ferret them out. And it takes a lot to do this. I don't know how they knew about the doctor at the airport. But the CNNs, MSNBCs of the world would have you believe that doctor was, without her. I think that she is I don't think she was a gynecologist. I think she was something with birth. So what? Here, in fact, and I played it at the beginning of the show. It's worthwhile to hear again. This is cut 16, Dan. Here is MSNBC's, one of their hosts, Menendez, not the Menendez. They have Representative Jeffries on, and they may stop it after the initial thing. It's the question more than anything, in which she's likening what we're doing to the Japanese internment camps.
Leader Jeffries, President Trump just invoked the Alien Enemies Act to target Venezuelan nationals. We haven't seen this law be used to target a single ethnicity since the Japanese internment. What are you going to do to prevent the next Japanese internment and protect Venezuelans who call this country home?
There you go. All right. First of all, we're not endorsing this on all Venezuelans. It's these Venezuelan gangs. Second of all, lady, it was FDR that did this, and you don't have anything to say about that illegally. Thirdly, this is not a massive numbers. We're targeting people with this who obviously are violative of this. And in the case of the Colombia guy, it was his actions, not just his speech. In the case of this doctor, it's her wholesale endorsement of Hamas. Do we want people in the country? Now, if they're American citizens, this is going to be more difficult, okay? Then they have certain rights. But do we want people in the country that constitutionally they have no protection here? Democrats are saying yes. What about their freedom of speech? Doesn't ring true here. There's a greater good here. The greater good is we don't want people that support that because we know what that means. We know exactly what it means. What kind of person would continue to do that? People that hate Israel, people that are anti-Semitic, people that are anti-American. Can't do it too much about it unless they overstep with some actions if they're American citizens. You mean to say the visceral reaction of the average American, even liberals, when they see these people parading around, threatening Jewish students, blocking traffic, fighting with cops, they say, freedom of speech, you got to live with it. I haven't run across even any callers that would boldly say that. They get it. We're tired of this. This is disruptive. It's un-American. It's not freedom of speech. They have no rights here. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210. The great Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. And a blessed and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Well, thank you, Joe. Same to you.
Thank you. My Patrick is St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. And, Dom, I'd like to make a comment about this cursive thing.
Yes, Joe.
Rendering the documents in cursive simply lends them a greater air of authenticity.
It's a good point.
It does. It sets them apart.
But
it says this is something major. Yeah.
I mean, you can just put it up on the Microsoft Word and make it, script font.
All right, Joe, your answer to that, Microsoft, what do you say, Joe?
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. He's made his point, and he's off.
We both were expecting more after his answer at St. Patrick's, too.
Yeah, I expected that. He said the cathedral. He said that.
The answer.
It was a good answer.
Usually there's like a 30-second to 1 minute reasoning behind it.
You can add to that. All right, coming up, more of your calls and YouTube alert. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. The new Democrat talking point. I don't know who's advising them to do this, that almost in one breath, and the language is kind of a little bit convoluted. It's a tell. Everybody would hear, wait a minute. Didn't X say that? If it's vaguely similar, all right, you all want to have a similar message. Just put it in your own words. Oh, no. They have somebody saying you got to precisely say the magic words. And these magic words have something to do with this moment. It's like a song. You can see it on YouTube. That's coming up. And your calls at 855-839-1210. Scott Presler at 2:30 today. He's in Wisconsin. We'll get an update. Why is that so important? And if you can imagine this, due to him, mainly, Bucks County is 5 registrations away from having a plus 10,000 on the red, on the Republican side. Remember when we started this a few years ago? Democrats were plus 10,000. Now, in a matter of moments, it could be that Republicans are plus 10,000. Wow. This guy has to be captured. Any politician out there, you just want to turn him loose, give him the money, let him get his staff out there and win on anything, anywhere. 855-839-1210. Let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It can be minor, it could be big. It's a real thing called denophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how he treats fearful patients. One patient came in with a full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. Dr. Bentz and the staff worked every step of the way, gradually, very gradually, until that person is a full-fledged client now, patient of Dr. Bentz. Positive, comfortable, safe experience. And with you, if you only have a minor thing, you're going to see the Bent's difference, how comfortable this can be. Doesn't matter what that level of fear is. A little fearful, extremely anxious, you can count on Dr. Bent's and his staff for a pleasant dental experience. My dentist for 10 years. Give Dr. Bent's a call at 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of that dental work you've been putting off. Finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. The website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I just love when we have these little punk Ivy League kids that aren't of Palestinian descent dressing up like they're playing pretend with the scarves and the headdress and all of that. Bobby from the main line, who all of a sudden thinks he's fighting the righteous cause, and he's an uneducated clown. Forget being deported or being arrested. These parents should be embarrassed. If I ever catch my kid in college protesting on behalf of Gaza, they're not even going to have time to flunk out. I'm going to drive down and pull them out.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at americanheritagecu.org/credit-cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, time on St. Patrick's Day. We'll talk with Ryan Boyer, the head of the very powerful building trades unions. Look, I support this guy big time in coming on the show. We encourage that. We have a mutual mission here, defeat Larry Krasner, Judge Dugan, since Republicans can't even put somebody up. Now, how bad is it, the Republican Party in Philadelphia, that they get away with that? Nationally, I can't tell them enough times. Get rid of the whole infrastructure there. You got to do better. Philadelphia needs a Republican Party for the obvious reasons. There's a bit of a counterbalance, somewhat. And in addition to that, in Philadelphia, statewide. It's a statewide race on all these things. And there are big things coming up. I mean, it is beyond pitiful. It's beyond pitiful. Well, it's hard to tell, too. If Trump was able to break through in Philadelphia, can local Republicans do it a bit? In Northeast Philadelphia, Joe Capozzi, all of 29 when he ran, was able to do it. Just think of how much different it might be. And we have to, Guy Shiraki has written about this. Places like Philadelphia is where we're going to see some changes because the suburbs are becoming more difficult. They are very much in the thrall of progressivism. Montgomery County is a perfect example. Delaware County, sadly, is becoming more and more that way. And we have a Joe con artist running for DA out in Bucks that'll be heavily backed, probably by Krasner elements and the like. So we need some playing field here. Philadelphia is one of the places where Trump broke through. Vince Fennerty is not going to break through beyond Frankfurt Avenue. Even Frankfurt Avenue, I don't think he could carry. How many bars are there, Vince? Let's go to Maureen in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Maureen, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Thank you, Maureen, very much.
Okay. So I want to give an answer for the side question
Sure.
and also to discuss the topic of the cursive writing.
Yes.
So what do you want first?
Give us your answer.
Okay, the short answer for Patrick is I nominate Patrick Dempsey, Mr. McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, I don't know about Grey's Anatomy. I know of the show, so okay. Yeah, we'll put you down for that one. Okay.
He's no longer on it, but
Okay.
when it was really popular, he was on there, and his nickname was Mr. McDreamy.
I get it. I get where this is going. There you go. Yeah. What's your comment on the cursive, Maureen?
So my comment on the cursive is I am totally in favor of having it back in the schools because I used to work for a school in Burlington County. I was there for 25 years in administrative position, but I did some proctoring while I was there for the SAT testing.
Right.
High school kids, and they are required by the test to fill out a certification statement, and it requires them to write it in cursive. And let me tell you, all the kids that I ever proctored, there was always a lot in those classes that could not write. They had to ask me, how do you write an A, and how do you write this letter or that letter in cursive? And I had to show them on the chalkboard how to write the letters because they did not know. And this was back, I retired in 2017, so this was even back then.
Yeah, I mean, you would think they had smart kids, SAT, college. They'd be able to write their own name and fill out a few sort of in cursive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so there's a perfect example of, yes, cursive writing is still needed and appropriate for students.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maureen, very much. Let's see if it goes through in Jersey. RFK Jr. to outline the vision for American nutrition. I'm looking at the date here. I don't see that. I hope it's today. I hope we can bring you that because I'm going to be interested to see what he puts down on paper. Coming up, Ryan Boyer, the head of the building trades. They don't support the incumbent. They're all in, money, teamwork, etc., for Judge Pat Dugan, who's the opponent of Larry Krasner. We'll talk with him next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice any wear and tear, mold, buckling, or peeling, that indicates your home is being exposed to the elements. Many people don't realize siding is not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding carries only the highest quality brands, such as James Hardie and CertainTeed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding also goes the extra mile to work with you on the different styles and options that best fit your home, and they complete every project with care and precision. Experience the Chapman difference today. Call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 1-800-FREE-SEED. Call them. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back with a wet and wild new season, and you can watch it all on MTV with Philo. With Philo, you can enjoy live TV from your favorite channels like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, BET, and more. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save and rewatch anything you want for up to a year. We've also got a collection of over 80,000 hit movies and shows that you can watch anytime, and the entire AMC Plus library, all for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Enjoy Philo on your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV, and stream on up to 3 devices at once. So what are you waiting for? Dive into the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo for an unbeatable price. To start your 7-day free trial and make sure you get the best price for the TV you love, visit philo.tv today. That's philo.tv.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. We're waiting on the head of the building trades, Ryan Boyer. Big power here in Philadelphia, really, and around the region on Larry Krasner, their endorsement, of course, of Judge Dugan. We'll talk with him when that happens. Scott Presler today at 2:30. He's in Wisconsin. The importance of turning that Supreme Court as far as the U.S. Congress. This guy is working it. All right, but I saw this morning, and Nancy Mace and others have been all over it today. This is Deerfield, Illinois, and we'll show it to you as I'm talking about it on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT if you go there now. It is a mom, at least, and then there were several others, talking about this trans student and teachers, I'll say allegedly, because I don't know that they showed footage of it. I don't know how they would have footage of it, forcing girls to get changed in the same area as the trans student. Do we have any sound of the mom there, Dan? Yeah, here's a little bit of the mom explaining. Now, this is new in that usually, this is how crazy they get. If you want to opt out and you'd say, hey, I don't want to get changed in here, then, you should have a right to do that. But this seems to be what they're indicating. Now, you have to put up with this. Riley Gaines told us about the swimsuits they had to put on in front of Leah Thomas walking around naked. It would take 15 to 20 minutes to put on. Some of the women went into the bathroom to do it. Here, that doesn't seem to be an option. Here's the mom in this school district laying out something that goes even beyond what we've heard before.
I'm here to demand that the locker rooms and bathrooms at District 109 be designated as biological male and biological female, as there already is a gender-neutral option. The girls want their locker rooms and bathrooms back. They want their privacy back. This is why I'm here tonight. My 13-year-old daughter's well-being and mental health and privacy is at stake. This nightmare began on February 5th when my daughter was using the girls' bathroom and was stunned that a biological male student was using it as well. She came home frightened and was extremely upset. I asked her to talk with her teachers and find out more information. She was told by the administration that a student can use the bathroom as well as a female locker room because they now identify as female. I was sent an email to the teachers involved and received a call from Principal Wegley. He verbally reiterated that under Joanna Ford's direction and their legal counsel that the student could use both the locker room and bathroom. I expressed that the school was in clear violation of federal policy. The Trump administration issued an executive order restricting biological males from participating in sports and accessing female locker rooms. That day, I filed a civil rights complaint on behalf of my daughter with the Department of Justice. It has now been referred to the Department of Education. A federal complaint has been filed with the district to protect the students. The situation went from bad to worse. A few days later, the male student was present in the girls' locker room. Feeling violated, the girls made the choice to not change into their PE clothes with a biological male student present. The next day, Assistant Principal Kathy Van Treese pulled the girls into their office, questioning them. The same day, Assistant Superintendent Joanna Ford, Kathy Van Treese, and multiple teachers all came into the girls' locker room, making them change into uniform. This went on all week with the addition of Ginger Laugerman. My daughter refused to take part in having her privacy being violated. How dare they? She ran out and called for me for help. Principal Wegley was offering my daughter a new PE class. The answer was no. She is not changing for the remainder of the year, and she is not changing into another class.
All right, so here's the difference here. Yeah, well, we'll go to Ryan Boyer here in a second. The difference here, and we'll come back to this, is demanding that they change into their uniforms there. No option out, none of that, with superintendents and others in there to make sure that happens. Wow, that's taking it to a level we haven't seen. All right, I'm thrilled to bring you Ryan Boyer, the head of the building trades. We had him on at least once before, and they are the biggest backer, and 1, 2, or 3, the biggest backer I'd want if I were running for anything in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia area. He's the business manager for the Philadelphia Building and Construction Trades Council. Ryan joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ryan, thanks for coming on again today. Appreciate it.
Dom, thank you for inviting me, and good afternoon to you and your audience, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much. So, you guys publicly now are the biggest backer that I can see of Judge Dugan. You have an incumbent, a powerful incumbent, nationally known. Why do that? Because even for a group like yours, that's a bit risky here. You want to have the DA, in a friendly manner, at least a neutral manner. Why do that?
Well, I think that the safety of the Philadelphians and people that's coming to Philadelphia is paramount to the business environment and the climate to make Philadelphia a great city. And I just think that the current DA doesn't have great partnerships and doesn't share the same vision that our current mayor has. Is, look, let's police people fairly, but let's punish people with the bad actors. And if you look at what the mayor did, she recruited more cops. She has more community cops. And I think that if you want to stop crime, you have to be collaborative. And I don't think that the current district attorney has proven to be collaborative in that effort.
For listeners, your group is a consortium of more than 50 labor unions in Philadelphia, which is big. You said something interesting there, too. I have never had a face-to-face or whatever you can imagine what that would be like for both of us with Larry Krasner, but he doesn't share this division of collaboration. And even, I'm told, on the smallest things, this guy's very hard to work with, let alone his ideology, his vision. Did you let him know that you're going to do this? And what do you see his vision as? You are closer to it than what he would do in a press conference. What does he think he's doing, Ryan?
Well, I think Larry thinks that the criminal justice system was unfair, and it was him and him alone, his job to stop it. And I think that some of the things that Larry Krasner does, I agree with. However, you have to understand and make differences between when a guy had a bad day and when a guy is a bad guy. And those people should be punished appropriately. And we have to look at some of the quality of life crimes and not just say, well, if you don't steal more than $500, we're not going to lock you up. Because look at the little store owner on Frankfurt Avenue, on Germantown Avenue, that may be their listen, my dad, we owned a store on 11th and Green, and our profit margin was probably $250 to $300 a day. So if you stole us $500 from us, there's no profit there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've noticed this from the beginning. Homicide, as bad as it was, et cetera. What you just said is what the average person reacts to even more. The shoplifting thing, the blatancy of this. Give me a sense of convincing people. Who are some of the groups? Now, your group has a lot of people out there in the field. You're a convincing guy. You are wired in to all the players here in Philadelphia. What does it take? Who do we have to convince that was excited over this? We were told this is new. Kevin Bacon, we play all the time, going on about Larry Krasner. He doesn't have to live here. He doesn't have to go through this. What's his base of support still, do you think? You have a broader base than arguably anybody in the city. What's his base of support?
I think Larry Krasner's base of support is disaffected people that were definitely adversely affected by the criminal justice system. And as we're moving Dugan through those communities, say, look, Judge Dugan has the same thing. He's a veteran. He ran Veterans Court to be more fair, but he's also going to be firm on the people that wreak havoc on our neighborhoods. That African-American mother that Sherelle Parker talked to that said, look, we don't want bad cops, but we certainly want more cops because they have to live in their neighborhood. The ethnic white blue-collar worker in the Northeast that I represent, those we just have to let them know that you have a choice. I believe that Larry Krasner has benefited from people who don't know that they have a choice, that they could have some of the integrity units. That we believe that if people don't belong in jail, they're innocent of the crimes, we should investigate that, and those people should come home. Pat Dugan believes that. But we also believe that we have to work with the administration to clean up Kensington. Kensington Court is a great thing. We want to extend that to 5 days a week. We want to make sure that people get the coverage that they need. It's not compassionate just to leave them on the street when they break minor laws. That's when you get them in law enforcement, but you get them with the social services system. That is compassion. So we want to let them know that Dugan he's going to rule firm, but he's going to have a velvet glove. We don't believe in a one-size-fits-all. But Judge Dugan fought for this country, and we're going to let him know that he's a patriot, and this is what we need to move Philadelphia forward.
We played some of the opening semi-debate, I guess it was, Ryan. You know, it wasn't a straight-up formal debate you see on TV and all that. And it was very revealing where Krasner is going to go with this. Very aggressive, even bringing up the wife of Judge Dugan. And I thought Judge Dugan answered pretty firmly. I would have gone even further, though. You know, in my mind, when you bring the guys,
you're right. You're from Germantown, up in North Philly. Lee, don't say anything about my wife. She did not sign up for this. If you say something about my wife, you'll get the old guy that grew up in public housing at the Richard Allen Homes, and you won't get this erudite person that's on the telephone with you now.
Well,
Don't
that's a guy that I love,
yours.
and I enjoy that. I'm glad you second that. I mean, it's insufferable to hear that. You know, there are big issues here. So that the guy's wife was a cop, big deal. That's an uptick, I think, here. So what do you see as any specific issues now coming up? You've really put out one that's the big one, that Dugan is not going to be just throw everybody in jail, but he certainly isn't going to allow. Well, Michael Nutter, Ryan, called Larry Krasner, poses himself as the great white hope when, misstep a while ago. He's telling people almost nobody did the crime, and I'm bringing home all these people. Well, any number of these people, I believe, did do the crimes. They're the reason the neighborhoods are unsafe. And others take this as a way with Krasner that they're going to continue to do it.
Absolutely. If you look, Larry Krasner, I think Friday or last week was sanctioned with a $120,000 fine for letting someone out and saying that the prosecutors hid some facts in the case, and the prosecutor hide facts in those cases. So the first thing that Dugan is going to do is bring back some of those career prosecutors that know how to try cases. Larry Krasner brought in all these people from Cal Berkeley, very smart people, but they don't know how to try cases. So you have 70% of our cases being withdrawn, by far the largest number of any big city. So even if you find a crime, 70% of them going to be withdrawn. Dom, how do you have a criminal justice system when you know that 7 out of 10 crimes are going to be withdrawn because the prosecution isn't prepared?
That's exactly right. It's almost as if he intends it. You're taking some kid. I went to law school, and I remember the criminal defense guy I had said a lot of these people, their coat would be stolen when they came into Camden's system. You need somebody that knows actually how to work with a judge and a jury, et cetera, not somebody who came from a highfalutin law school. You get in with some of the defense attorneys in Philadelphia, right there, you know what's going to happen. It's David and Goliath. Ryan, if you don't mind, just wanted an update, and if it's out of bounds, too sensitive, you can tell me, on the school choice. When you and I talked about that before, I was heartened. It is the right thing. I'm going to be launching something pretty big in the future. Would love to talk with you, but it might not be. You're centered in on this around school choice.
Listen, you could talk to me, because I think that the criminal justice system and the education system are inextricably linked.
Exactly.
The better educated you are, you have less contact with the criminal justice system. That's just a fact, right? So we need to provide as many options for our children to learn as possible. So I don't see these things as different. I see them as the same. And if you go up to Father Judge, they're doing amazing things with children from the neighborhoods. They're 98% job rate when they finish one of the vocational programs, Don. It is amazing what they're doing. And we want to do the same thing in the public school system with charter schools. So school choice has always been my thing. I've exercised it with my own children, and I would be a hypocrite because I have resources to do that, not to extend that to people that don't.
We'll be calling upon you. I've never met you in person, but I salute you.
We should meet in person.
We will do that. Yeah, we will do that wherever you want. I'll make Dan just give you a number, and we'll set something up. And again, We've had Judge Dugan on. Do you have it handy? Where do we go for all the information on Judge Dugan?
I think DuganForJudge.com. That's it.
Okay, we got you. Ryan, thank you.
Dugan for DA.
For DA, right. We already was it. Yeah. Dugan for DA, DUGAN. To be continued. Thank you for what you're taking on here.
Thank you, Dom. I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Ryan Boyer here on Talk Radio 1210. Dan's one of those things, he gets in trouble. I understand he's a big-time Democrat, the building trades. I've had 4 people text me in the last 30 seconds. Stop it already. I did ask about school choice. All right. We get the guy to come on here. It takes a lot for him on that side to come on here, and he made great points. Krasner doesn't collaborate with anybody. I mean, it's not about him. It's about him. So is the secret, there are people, I know it's hard to believe. They just can't get enough of Krasner. It's a cult thing. They love it. Dan, you heard what he said when I asked to, look, the judge may have been thinking, uh-oh. When Krasner brought up his wife, he did say, take her out of your, more could have been done there. Just, you know what you tell the moderator? I'm stopping it right here. Stopping it right here, buddy. No more. Let's all be calm and then stand up to Krasner and tell him right there. What would Krasner have said? Oh, you're going to get violent now? Oh. No, that's a moment. When they bring up your wife, how many times do we have to say that? The average person listening, a male or female, that's it. That's the opportunity you're waiting for. Well, she was a cop. My God. Krasner. All right. Never gets old. 855-839-1210. Give me a reaction. Scott Presler here at 2:30. Right now, though, it is time.
Money Melody.
All right. Our friends over at the Zlock Performing Arts Center have a big act. You're playing for a pair of tickets to see jazz guitarist Yasho Stefan on Sunday, March 23rd at Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and information, you just visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Dealer's choice today, Dom. We can do something new here where we can play a clip from Seinfeld, or I can play this same person in this clip of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Them singing a song. So would you rather hear them singing or the clip from Seinfeld, Dom?
Clip from Seinfeld.
I figured you might want to do that.
Yeah.
So, Dom, today we want to know who this individual is, all-time great. That is, you wouldn't know it. You'd think he might be Irish, but he's indeed an Italian man, and he makes it well known. Dom, we want to know whose famous voice this is. 855-839-1210. First caller wins those great prizes. Here, heard in Seinfeld. Take a listen.
You forgot to take it off? Oh, you go into a department store, you put a suit on, and you walk right out. What are you, some sort of an idiot?
I'm sorry.
Where's the jacket?
Well, one of the gypsies took it.
Oh, the gypsies took it. Of course, New York has a lot of gypsies. You on every block, there's a gypsy.
Well, it's true, I saw it.
Excuse me. Are you an entertainer? Are you in show business?
We want to know who that is, Dom, for today's win.
And I know that guy. He was here in Philadelphia.
Really?
He'll tell the story.
Like personally, you know?
Well, yes.
I knew him.
It was a big event that we were in. The station was involved in. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You're off to the Zlock for a great night on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, here's the clue. Name the person.
You forgot to take it off? Oh, you go into a department store, you put a suit on, and you walk right out. What are you, some sort of an idiot?
I'm sorry.
Where's the jacket?
Well, one of the gypsies took it.
Oh, the gypsies took it. Of course, New York has a lot of gypsies. You go on every block, there's a gypsy.
All right. Let's go to John in the Northeast. All right, John, who's the person?
Tom, I'm surprised you don't remember this guy, Pat Cooper.
I don't think you ever said you don't remember him, Dom.
Okay, thank you, John. What's up with that type of stuff? I just don't get it.
What is that assumption that you just said before the break?
I hate to be,
you did something
I'm
with
not
it.
thin-skinned, but he's just like, all right, John, enjoy this life.
Also, the way you just said that, you sounded like Seinfeld. What's with this guy saying I don't know?
Pat Cooper, we did an event that was around gravy. Not sauce, gravy.
Really?
I had tasted hundreds of gravies down, and I got 5,000 people may have shown up down at the Wells Fargo, whatever it was called then. And Pat Cooper was one of the entertainers, along with a cast of thousands.
Was he miserable or was he a good guy?
No, he was fine.
I've heard that he's been sometimes miserable and
no, he wasn't.
questionable
But
words.
he was saying stuff that that it was his daughter that was doing this, like it was his granddaughter. It had to be by that point. Come
Do you
on.
know the name of the episode that comes from, Dom?
What
jacket they're talking about?
Yeah, the jacket with the crest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know the name of the episode? I'll remind you, Joe Sibilia.
Joe Sibilia.
No. The Friars jacket.
Oh, the Friars. Yes,
Friars
that's
Club.
right. He was coming into the Friars Club without a jacket. Yeah.
Speaking of, Joe Sibilia recently had Joel McHale and John Stamos on the Friars Club podcast.
Wow.
Big things from the former producers.
Yes, we have to do. Well, I don't know if he would be available to do Seven Fishes now.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So here's how you get in: 855-839-1210.
Oh, you want to hear the song I was going to do? It's terrible.
Oh yeah, let's hear the song.
Homemade wine, homemade wine. Nothing was as fine as Papa's homemade wine. Just a sip and you flip, ba-ba-ba-boom around the room. Cabanavino, Papa's homemade wine.
All right, there you go. All right, you were better off with that. It was a great event. I'd love to do Gravy Fest again, although tasting in one day, I think it was 75 gravies. It was a little dip, but they were distinctive. You'd be amazed. One from another, you could tell them.
Joe in Columbus says, I thought all this time Pat was Jewish.
No. I don't know what his real name is.
Oh, it's Pasquale Caputo.
Ah, I thought it was Pasquale. There would be a Pasquale.
And he tried out for Sopranos, too, if you believe it or
got
not.
cut from The Sopranos. Yeah, maybe he was too annoying there. He was fine, though. He wasn't annoying at all. He was a good guy. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get in. That Deerfield that we played for you, the new wrinkle in this, why it's making news. We've seen this before, right? These girls changing, locker room. Mandatory, they have to take physical ed or they get in trouble. They bring in the principal and I think it was the assistant superintendent, to monitor it and say, no, you can't leave. You have to change in front of a male, whatever terminology, but a male. So the broader question is this. In what universe do they think they're going to get away with this? In other words, what's driving them, emboldening them? It's one thing to continue the Leah Thomas stuff. Somebody's going to be changing in your locker room. Yes, if you want to switch classes or use the bathroom, you don't have to be in, you know what I mean? Now, this school district, for some reason, took away any accommodation. The mom's right, and it is a civil rights issue. Well, what you're seeing is they're not used to being challenged on this. Any number of these school districts have in their heads that they are going to resist this executive order, that this executive order doesn't have the full force of law. What has to be done immediately? Rather than talking about it anymore, there ought to be one person in charge. Pick on 5 or 6 of the most blatant egregious. This would be one of them. And start the move right now to take away their federal funding. Whatever that money is, hopefully it's enormous. Start the move, or if you can only center on one, manpower, whatever, center in Deerfield right now. Make the move to take away their federal funding. They'll fight it. Democrats will jump into the ring defending this. This is a twist on this, in that it's unheard of that you would force these girls with all these people in the locker room saying that, no, you have to stay here. We're demanding you have to get changed into your uniform, shirt and shorts, I guess, whatever, from the school uniform, in front of this person. Are you insane? Well, they are. The bottom line is they're saying, essentially, we're still in this bubble. America's still the same. If this were the Biden years, we would have a parade for us. So I'm sure, hearing the mom, they're going to carefully move that angle forward. This is coercion. This is telling them they have to submit to this. They have no civil right here. And, you know, in schools, if somebody says, hey, I don't want to do this, parents' rights, usually they'll at least stop it and re-examine it. To bring in the assistant superintendent, God knows what they were saying to these kids, too. Watch for this one. This is another level here. I think some Democrats won't even support it. Some. They'll try to distinguish. All right, the great Scott Presler in Wisconsin is with us next here. 855-839-1210. You get on board. You know, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. So I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'll be headed to Europe again. And of course, that means only one thing, our great tour guide, Conservative Tours, all this for $55.44. I talked to a number of people over the weekend who are calling, getting ready to go with us. This includes airfare. It includes dining events that are out of this world. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from all 3 films. Well, I hope not much of the third, but the second and first, that's got to be good. This is the crown jewel of Sicily. That has to be Taormina. Of course, we'll visit there. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca. Call 888-733-9494.
Drier conditions return to the Delaware Valley today. We'll see some sunshine. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 60 degrees. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy with a low 36. And a very nice day shaping up on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine and milder with a high 64.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, this is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, every Monday at 2 o'clock usually, but we had a special guest there coming on board. Scott Presler holds court. He's in Wisconsin, I believe, today. I've been following all the events that he has set up. Why is this Supreme Court race in Wisconsin, of all places, so important? And what's happened here this week in Pennsylvania? Scott joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome back in. Thanks for coming on at 2:30 today.
Hey, Dom. Thank you.
Well, Scott, the importance of Wisconsin and the Supreme Court race there in any way that we can help. Why so important that you're in Wisconsin for a few weeks?
Well, I'll be leaving tomorrow for Wisconsin, and the election is on April 1st. And people at home, you know, whether you're in Philly or Jersey, how does this impact you and our ability as a nation to continue in the right direction? Well, the Supreme Court is currently 4 Democrats to 3 Republicans. And with 1 Democrat retiring, we have a chance to flip it back to Republican. Now, why is that important? Because the Supreme Court allowed for drop boxes and is a threat to election integrity in Wisconsin. So if we want to continue to have success as a nation, then that means having electoral success in swing states like Wisconsin. And furthermore, the liberal opponent of our Republican candidate, Brad Schimmel, has already said that if she wins, she will redraw congressional maps, meaning that we could lose 2 House seats. So this race, while it's in Wisconsin, impacts you, Pennsylvania, impacts you, New Jersey, and impacts our entire country.
Tip of the hat to you seeing things like this. You've talked about this well in advance. We know how razor thin it is. And as we head into the midterms, it could even be more so. We hold our breath with each vote. If they had 2 more, we know exactly what's going to happen. The Trump agenda will be stopped. That's how important it is. So, Scott,
well, it would
go
be,
ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to make it clear. If you're a Trump fan, it would be a repeat of 2018. The Democrats would take control of the House, and that means that all investigations stop, all border funding stops, all legislation stops. That means the entire Trump America First agenda ceases to exist and Trump will be a lame duck. That's how important this election is.
I don't notice, are both political parties, you get it, you're there, are they throwing the kitchen sink into this one, Scott?
The Democrats definitely are, as always. I will say, I think since 2024, we really learned how to play as a team. The Libre initiative is working in Wisconsin right now. Turning Point Action is working there. My organization and myself are doing events with TP Action. And then you have AFP, Americans for Prosperity. So, I mean, finally, I feel like every group is coalescing and coming together. I think the Democrats are still out funding us and outspending us, but it's not like it was back in 2023 when it was 10-1 Democrats outspending us. I think it's much more even right now.
Now, on the good news front, you tweeted this out and I went, oh, my God, that can't be. That Bucks County, as of this morning or whenever, they 5 registrations short of being 10,000 plus for Republicans.
Correct. So everyone knows the last couple of years we've been focusing tirelessly on flipping Bucks County from blue to red. And we finally achieved that feat of having a plurality of registered Republicans in Bucks County. And remember, everybody was like, Scott, you know, it doesn't make a difference how many voters you register. It matters if they actually turn out. Well, I really just want to say this clearly. Our voter registration efforts, which flipped Bucks County to a plurality of registered Republicans in 2024, led to President Trump winning Bucks County by 300 votes, which is the first time that Bucks County voted Republican in a presidential election since 1988. So voter registration does make an impact. And to really tie a beautiful red bow on what this means, in 2008, there were 11,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in Bucks County. Now we are 9,995, meaning 5 voters away from 10,000 more registered Republicans, which, by the way, if you do the math, is a swing of 20,000 voters to the right in just a decade.
Yeah, it's a numbers game. And again, people don't get it. You register voters, but you turn them out also. How about in Pennsylvania in general, Scott? How was the last numbers today?
The numbers are great. Putting you on the phone for just a second so I can read this clearly. So the numbers were even better than last week. So a week ago, Democrats had an advantage of 180,334 voter registrations. Today, that lead is narrowed down to 178,700. That is a net loss for the Democrats of minus 1,600 voters in just 7 days, with the Democrats losing about 560 voters, while Republicans gained 1,000. Now, despite the shenanigans that the Philadelphia Democrats tried to play of reactivating inactive voters, if you take out inactive voters, that number, 178,700, goes down to 96,000. So even after 50 days of President Trump being in office, even after the Democrats coming after Elon Musk and pitching a petulant toddler-esque fight during his joint address at the, proverbial State of the Union, you're still seeing swing counties in the swing state of Pennsylvania go to the right in voter registration. And I do want to say one success story that happened this week, Dom. You know, you would have think that we had tapped out of the amount of voters in Pennsylvania, the amount of Republicans, but we're still growing the electorate. I had a family reach out to me on X, and they said, Scott, we've never voted in our entire lives, even in the 2024 election. And they invited me to their home over in southwest Pennsylvania. So I drove 4 hours from New Jersey just to go to Altoona to register this family to vote. But listen to how special this family is. And I know we're short on time, but this is how special conservatives are. This family that never voted took in a homeless veteran into their home, and I was able to register him to vote, and I was able to connect him today. He spoke with Representative Dr. John Joyce's office, and we're going to work towards getting him back on his feet. And so that's what it means to be America First. That's what it means to be MAGA. That's what it means to be conservative, that we need to put all of our families first here in our country.
Nobody does it better. For all things Scott Presler, where do we go?
earlyvoteaction.com. I'm spending the next 2 weeks of my life. I am driving to Wisconsin. Nobody knows where I am because I don't want to get swatted. So, thankfully I'm always
Scott,
traveling.
Has that happened to you, Scott? We had on a couple people last week that it's happened to, and we think Kash Patel is on top of this.
I haven't been, God forbid, swatted yet, but I did call my local police and I did warn them. But I said, respectfully, I just want to protect my community. I mean, I haven't been to my house in Pennsylvania since December. I'm never home. I'm always working. So, God bless everyone. God keep everyone. earlyvoteaction.com. My X account is at Scott Presler, Presler.
Enjoy Wisconsin. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. It's amazing what this guy does. Just right there is a snapshot. You just can't write this stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping Kash Patel gets one of these people engaged in this, makes a point out of it, puts them in jail, the whole thing associated with it. All right, it will be the lightning round next, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. The numbers continue. And Jersey, his focus isn't off that. Wisconsin, though, you heard what he said. You get this one judge in there versus the Republican. They will move heaven and earth to try to, just like they did in Pennsylvania, change voting districts, micromanage it, all with the goal of flipping 2 congressional seats. Even if they get 1, it's disaster. They get 2. You know where we are, and you know what that means. If that happens in the midterms, all investigations stop, all this stuff goes away. It's just a pitch battle every day. That's all it will be till the next election. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls here on the Lightning Round.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. One note today, we didn't fully get to it, but a lot of back and forth over the Biden pardons and the auto pen. And the media basically saying to the press secretary, well, what evidence do you have of this? Hey, there's a lot of evidence floating around out there of times it was used, apparently, and Biden wasn't there in the White House. So you would think this would be the type of thing you'd be itching to get at. And it might not be that hard to track it, to get a source. And the biggest thing that I can see off the top of my head is the pardons would be null and void. Oh, man. In addition to getting to the bottom of who actually was running the country. All right, Robert in Ben Salem's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hi, Dom, Dan. It's good to talk to you guys today. Real quick, if they didn't spend all that time and resources on DEI, CRT, and the transgender agenda, they might actually have the time and resources to educate the kids. Just a thought.
Yep.
Anyway,
you mean cursive. They might be able to actually write. Yes.
Whatever it is. Yeah. How about
Yeah.
civic responsibility, financial literacy? I mean, Anyway, my answer to the side question is somebody who all but screams Ireland. That would be Pat Morita, who was Mr. Miyagi in The Karate Kid and the owner of Arnold's in Happy Days. You guys have a wonderful, happy St. Patty's Day.
Thank you, Robert. Fran in Glen Mills on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Fran, who do you have today?
Hi, I have the Peanuts character Peppermint Patty as well as the candy.
All right, good choice.
2 for 1.
That's a prominent one. Gary in Newtown. Happy St. Patrick's, Gary. What do you have?
Thank you, Dom. Thank you, guys. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you, too. I've got a local guy, not him, not really, but his dad. His dad played for the 1944 Phillies, Leon. He won his first NBA championship as a player in 1972. He then won 5 WNBA championships. He's also known as the godfather to the NBA, and he's half Irish and half Italian, Patrick Riley.
There you go. Pretty good hair, too. I like the hairstyle. And
slick back.
Yeah, the slick back. And in winning time, he didn't look anything. The guy that played him
Adrian
was very
Brody.
good. Yeah, he was very good, but not a Pat Riley look-alike in that. The scenes and stuff, I think, though, were pretty real. It was pretty close to reality. Bill in the Bucks. Then I have one, should I take it, coming up, because I think it's a slur. Online, too. And I'll tell you a PSA that runs that. Yeah. We'll take it, but I'll put a cautionary note around it, which I think is fair. We don't want to squelch it. Yeah, Bill in Bucks County. Bill, what's yours?
Yes. Happy St. Patrick's Day there, Dom, Dan, Henri. I got my bottle of green tea here I'm sipping on. And my side answer is Ninth, Warden, and Pat Shunk. That would be Pat Steaks.
Oh, that's
all right. Yeah, Pat Steaks, the king of steaks, allegedly. Yeah, I don't know how we feel about Geno's anymore with some of their shenanigans after Joey.
Maybe I'm just super hungry, but that answer's really striking me. I don't know
That's a
why.
good one. All right, let's see what Jay driving through has to say here. All right, Jay, what's yours?
Good afternoon, Dom and Dan. How's everything going this afternoon?
Good.
Great show. Great show. I've been listening down here in the bayou of Louisiana. I'm about as far south as you can go without leaning right and dipping my toe in the Gulf.
Send up
Gulf
some
of
gumbo.
America, that is.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll be having plenty of that tonight. Well, my patty is something where all of these illegal immigrants should end up in when they get rounded up, and that would be in the paddy wagon.
All right, let's have a rolling on this one now. We might still play it here. It was a commercial. It was a PSA cautioning us to be sensitive, certainly, to people who fought for their rights and were gay. But in the middle of that, they say they were put in the paddy wagon. And I'm thinking, whoever wrote this, don't you understand? You're talking about sensitivity. How about not calling it the paddy wagon?
What would you call it then?
Well, you know what the paddy wagon means.
I think we went over this last week. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but they're Irish. And
Yeah.
the Irish are hooligans or
But I'm
whatever.
asking you, what would you call it instead?
Okay, police van. Let's see. Yeah, a police van. That's what it is. Yeah. All right.
Definitions. A paddy wagon is a police van or vehicle for transporting prisoners. Meanings. The term originated from the slang paddy referring to an Irishman, especially in the context of policing.
Huh, I never knew that.
Okay, yeah.
Look at that.
I would, it's not the end of the world. It was an interesting answer, but, just a little bit, it's a negative toward the Irish. That's still how I see it, that they were the ones, that's why they named it that.
They don't want to call it a Pollock wagon?
No, or other derogatory
That's coming
terms.
from a Polish person,
I realize that, yeah. So the paddy wagon answer. Okay, let's get a winner today. Pretty good on these various Patrick's patties, etc. Henry, who did you like? If you like the paddy wagon, you could tell us. That's fine.
It wasn't my favorite. I like Chris in South Philly's at Patty's Pub just as a fan of
Right.
It's Always Sunny in
Okay. That's a
Philadelphia.
good one.
Joe in Columbus with Pat Pending because those were on
That
the
was pretty
bottoms of
funny.
all the Matchbox Hot Wheels.
Yes.
And I liked Fran and Glenn Mills' answer of Peppermint Patty. A double entendre
Okay.
there, yeah.
All right, Dan.
I'm using that word right.
I'm starving right now, so Bill and Bucks is my Pat
Okay.
Steaks, man. Oh, it sounds delicious. Or how about Peppermint Patty, too, because I'm hungry. But I like the answer paddy wagon. I do. I've learned something.
In a negative way. Is paddy wagon something you shouldn't say?
Well, we've said it about 50
No,
times.
I
in the
meant
last
that just
90
routinely
seconds.
using it. No, but we're breaking it down. I'll go with peppermint patty though, since both had that.
Yeah,
Let's
the double
put-
meaning of the peppermint.
Yeah.
She had a great sell on that one.
Yeah, very good call. Let's put that into the hat, and tomorrow we'll do it all over again. I think Dan has found a pretty original one that he sent me. Be ready for that. Rich Cioli next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And by tomorrow, I'm not sure what time and where it splashes down. We hope that the astronauts from the Space Lab will be rescued. We'll have the splashdown as they come back. And again, credit to Elon Musk. It's amazing when they redock how the engineering, the technology that goes into that. It'll be a big moment that Joe Biden would not do, and essentially said, if I win, maybe I'll bring you home sometime. All right, Rich is next. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.